Your Royal Highness, Madam Administrator, State Secretary Bratskar, allow me to welcome participants very much this morning, this beautiful morning in Oslo, to the launch of the Oslo Governance and Peacebuilding series and the first dialogue on measuring Sustainable Development Goal 16, also known as promoting peaceful and inclusive societies, including those who are joining on the live stream today. His Royal Highness Crown Prince Haakon of Norway graces us with his presence today, just like his active engagement as Goodwill Ambassador for the United Nations Development Programme is the highest form of his support, for which we are extremely grateful. So, State Secretary Hans Bratskar and the Government of Norway have offered a continued support to UNDP and the Oslo Governance Center in particular. We have worked very hard together with your team, Hans, to arrive at this bright day. Let me express my own pleasure to be here today to launch the renewed Oslo Governance Center, and allow me without further ado to introduce the first of our distinguished keynote speakers, Madam Helen Clark, the UNDP Administrator. Madam Clark, you have the floor.
Your Royal Highness, State Secretary, ladies and gentlemen, and good to be here for the launch of the Oslo Governance and Peacebuilding Dialogue Series, and to open this first dialogue on the theme of measuring SDG 16, promoting peaceful and inclusive societies. At the very beginning, can I thank His Royal Highness for being with us this morning as our guest of honour, and for all the work which he continues to do as a Goodwill Ambassador for UNDP around the world. And thank you also, State Secretary Hans Bratskar and the Government of Norway, for the huge support you have given to the work of the Oslo Governance Centre and to UNDP around the world. A big welcome also to representatives of government and its institutions, think tanks, academia and civil society from Norway and further afield who've gathered to participate in the dialogue today. So, to the role of this new dialogue series. We think Norway is a highly appropriate place in which to launch it on governance and peace building in transition societies. Norway's leadership globally on peacemaking and peace building is very well known, including on policy and reform approaches to building peace, reducing inequality, managing extractive sectors for human development, championing human rights and gender equality, and supporting transparency and accountability. Across the whole Nordic region, governments, civil society, think tanks, research institutions offer very substantial governance knowledge, best practice and experiences from which we can all learn and benefit. We think the UN too has a lot to bring to a dialogue like this on governance and peace building. UNDP itself has a special role to play in fragile and conflict-affected countries through the unique mandate given to us by our Executive Board of Member States of the UN on development, governance, conflict prevention, the rule of law, the restoration of core government functions and security sector reform. Through our experiences around the world over half a century, and yes, we are 50 years old at the end of this year, we have learned a lot about what characterises successful transitions in crisis, post-crisis and post-conflict settings. We have supported peace and reconciliation processes, dialogue around new constitutions, the extension of state authority and electoral processes in a great many countries. The dialogue series being launched today is designed to be a flagship initiative of the renewed Oslo Governance Centre. These dialogues, each quarter here in Oslo or elsewhere in the Nordic region or further afield, will be opportunities for policymakers and practitioners to share experiences and expertise on governance and peace-building challenges. Future dialogues might be focused on a particular geographical regional theme, on diagnosing and supporting core government functions in post-conflict and transition environments, on operationalising a social contract, drawing on work already done in partnership with NOREF, the innovative use of information and communications technologies in governance and peace building, and promoting tolerance and inclusion in multicultural societies. We're also exploring ways of sharing what happens in the dialogues virtually so we can bring into the discussions those who can't be here in person. So, on this first dialogue around measuring proposed Sustainable Development Goal 16 on promoting peaceful and inclusive societies. This is very timely as a discussion, as it's likely that when the new Sustainable Development Goals to be adopted in September by world leaders at the UN, they will reflect in full the proposal of the Open Working Group on SDGs made in July last year, and that group, of course, proposed a Goal 16. We don't expect the Open Working Group proposal to be opened up substantially at all, and so in the UN Development Group we're now focusing our attention on how to promote, implement and help measure progress on the proposed SDGs and their targets and indicators. So, Goal 16 aims in the proposal to promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, to provide access to justice for all, and to build effective, accountable and inclusive institutions at all levels. And we think it is linked to getting traction on all the other proposed SDGs. We think Goal 16 has special relevance to countries in transition, where institutions may be weak and or not inclusive, where crime levels and gender-based violence may be pervasive and corruption rampant. UNDP is fully committed to supporting member states to implement Goal 16 and to put in place appropriate national monitoring systems for measuring progress. We're very heavily involved in this work now, facilitating discussions around indicators for Goal 16 in the UN system and with other partners and stakeholders. We've been working with a group of member states, which includes Albania, Indonesia, Rwanda, Tunisia and the United Kingdom, on piloting innovative approaches to governance in the context of the SDGs and showing how appropriate indicators for this can be developed. We're seeing through this experience that indicators on governance can help us then address constraints to delivery on the broader Sustainable Development Goal agenda. We're hosting a virtual network of around 100 experts to distill best practice on indicators for the new goal, and we're co-leading efforts in the UN system to feed into the work of the interagency and expert group under the UN Statistical Commission, which met last week and is focusing on the indicators for the goals and targets. As well, we've been supporting the African Union on implementing its strategy for the harmonisation of statistics in Africa. Nationally representative surveys were piloted in 9 countries on how to measure governance, peace and security, and more countries will follow in this exercise. But these surveys are showing that the perceptions of ordinary people about the governance, peace and security issues which affect them are able to be collected quite rigorously and reliably by national statistical offices. Governance, peace and security are not experienced in the same ways by rich and poor, young and old, or employed and unemployed. To match the post-2015 agenda's ambition of leaving nobody behind in development, there is an important role to be played by these nationally representative surveys in gathering information and then acting upon it. With UNDP's support, the incorporation of governance indicators into official statistics will be further explored by the recently established Prior City Group under the UN Statistical Commission. This is a grouping of national statistics officers which has a mandate to develop international recommendations on how to produce official statistics on governance. And this group will be meeting for the first time on the 17th of June in Cape Verde. So, to this morning's discussion, two areas of importance are identified. First, reviewing different experiences of how to measure governance and peace. And second, to look at how these approaches could be used to support measurement of Goal 16. And, of course, with the goal of promoting peaceful and inclusive societies. Tracking progress on Goal 16 will be very important to getting headway on the overall Sustainable Development Agenda. So we look forward to hearing the discussion this morning on the different experiences of those present in measuring governance and peace to date, and on how the approaches you've taken could be used in supporting measurement of Goal 16. We convene, of course, on the assumption that what isn't measured never counts. So we do aim to measure progress on this goal. Thank you all for being with us, and we wish you all a very productive discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. I'd like to say a word of thanks for all colleagues of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Norway who have been here in New York and beyond, so instrumental, so helpful, so constructive and imaginative to contribute to this renewed Oslo Governance Center and to this day. In their name, State Secretary Mr. Hans Bratskar, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Royal Highness, Administrator Helen Clark, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor for me to address this first Oslo Governance and Peacebuilding Policy Dialogue in the presence of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and Administrator Clark. Foreign Minister Børge Brende is looking forward to participating in the opening of the renewed Oslo Governance Center later today. We are convinced that the Centre can be of great value and promote results on democratic governance and peace building. These are indeed priority areas for Norway's foreign and development policy. We are approaching the end of the post-2015 negotiations in New York. The zero draft of the outcome document for the September summit was released last week. The 17 Sustainable Development Goals remain as they were in the Open Working Group proposal released last year. And we have in front of us a very broad and ambitious agenda. We are satisfied that Norwegian priority areas are included. The poverty pillars of the MDG, the Millennium Development Goals agenda, remain at the core: health, education, and equality for women and girls. Climate, environment, sustainable energy, and other goals bring in the broader dimensions of the Rio+20 conference. And not least, we have the crucial innovation of Goal 16, which reinforces the post-2015 agenda with a strong governance dimension. Why is Goal 16, with its long title, Promote Peaceful and Inclusive Societies for Sustainable Development, provide access to justice for all, and build effective, accountable and inclusive institutions at all levels so important? Because without stability and good governance, sustainable development cannot take place. Because for the first time, states agree on development targets for peaceful societies and governance. Because the Sustainable Development Goals will be universal, they shall apply to all countries. And Norway has been active in promoting Goal 16. Let me mention some of our diplomatic efforts to do so. Foreign Minister Børge Brende promoted a good governance goal at the General Assembly debate on post-2015 human rights and the rule of law in New York already in June of last year. That very important debate was opened by Her Royal Highness Crown Princess Mette-Marit in her capacity as UNAIDS Goodwill Ambassador, together with Secretary General Ban Ki-moon. And Foreign Minister Brende spoke on behalf of the Nordic countries. The common Nordic position on the post-2015 agenda include calls for goals and targets on good governance and peaceful societies. During the General Assembly opening in New York in September 2014, Norway hosted a high-level event with Botswana and IDEA. Again, the aim was to consolidate support for a goal on democratic governance, the so-called missing MDG, as a cornerstone of sustainable development post-2015. We would, of course, have liked to have seen the term good governance in the title of SDG 16. But it's very important that the key targets related to democracy and human rights are included. Fundamental freedoms, rule of law and access to justice, accountable and transparent institutions, inclusive and representative decision-making, all of these are crucial issues. We also welcome the targets related to the economy. These include conditions for business, investments and growth, reducing corruption and bribery, providing legal identity, ensuring property ownership. Finally, the title of Goal 16 gives prominence to stability and peaceful society with targets on reducing all forms of violence, trafficking, abuse of children, and illicit arms and financial flows. Democracy and freedom, market economy, stability and security are key pillars of good governance. They must all be in place in order to maximize the potential for sustainable development. Fast-growing nations are not always beacons of democracy and human rights. Good economic governance can go a long way, but we know that weakness in one pillar over time can lead to the others to crack and crumble. The content of Goal 16 shows that member states focus on domestic security, justice and crime in the UN General Assembly negotiations. This is natural, given that international peace and security is the prerogative of the Security Council. At the same time, we note that the African Union common position on the post-2015 agenda refers to cross-border security and prevention of armed conflicts. There is no doubt that conflict prevention and peace building will be important in the post-2015 development agenda. We also have a Goal 16 target referring to global governance. This alludes to aspirations of African and other developing countries for better representation, including on the Security Council. We support these aspirations. We also support the approach of the African Union to sustainable development in close connection with governance, peace building, and prevention. Without peace and stability, fragility will prevail and development will suffer. Respect for human rights and the rule of law is key to unleashing individual initiative, economic prosperity, and ensuring progress. The creation of accountable, capable institutions and democratic decision-making is also an important end in itself. Because a successful society must provide freedom and justice for all, as well as prosperity and security. We know that transparency and accountability support innovation and growth. We know that it reduces the scope of corruption and bribery. I look forward to hearing the presentations from African and other colleagues here today on the approaches to measuring Sustainable Goal 16. We do need indicators that are measurable and manageable for governments, including those with less capacity than others enjoy. We must insist on good governance, and that is not to impose conditionality. We do so in order to improve the enabling environment crucial for financing for development. Our development policies and programs are based on needs, rights, and the recognition that good governance is required for development to be sustainable and effective. With a strong post-2015 governance pillar in Goal 16, we can work with partners to mobilize and focus funding for building capacity and institutions in program countries. Raising local taxes and domestic revenue mobilization is a key focus area. We look forward to the UN Development System to help us identify concrete priority areas where we can add value and achieve real results in poverty eradication and sustainable development. And I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. State Secretary. With this second keynote address, we're very pleased to open the first Oslo Governance and Peacebuilding Dialogue, measuring SDG 16, promoting peaceful and inclusive societies, while noting that both the Administrator and the State Secretary have already remarked on their respective and firm commitment and intensive engagement of Norway and UNDP with the SDG agenda, especially SDG 16 and with its measurement. Allow me to introduce Mr. Patrick Köhlers, our Director and Chief of Profession for Governance and Peacebuilding in the Bureau for Policy and Program Support in UNDP, who will make his introductory remarks on the post-2015 agenda. Patrick, you have the floor.
Your Royal Highness, Madam Administrator, Mr. State Secretary, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Oslo Governance Center starts implementing its new mandate at a time when the global community of member states is concluding its discussions on the post-2015 development agenda. Promoting inclusive and peaceful societies is one of the proposed goals. How fragile and conflict-affected settings overcome their challenges and transition towards more inclusive and peaceful societies will be also at the heart of the research agenda of the new Oslo Governance Center. Living in inclusive, safe and peaceful societies where human rights are respected and women and men enjoy freedom from want and freedom from fear seems very obvious to so many of us. But the daily lives of an estimated 1.2 billion people living in fragile and conflict-affected environments are very different from the society envisaged in Goal 16. To assist these communities in their transitions out of crisis and conflict, we need to have a better understanding of the drivers that promote or obstruct the pathways towards more resilient, inclusive and peaceful societies, and we need to have the right tools to monitor progress in what can be a turbulent transition. The Oslo Governance Center presents itself as a venue where approaches, methodologies and experiences in measuring results in governance and peacebuilding are analyzed and debated on their merit, and the dialogue today is part of that discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, the latest Global Peace Index report confronts us with the reality that to date, 10 times more people die violently outside of war zones than within. Coping with violence, organized crime, child trafficking, gender-based violence, corruption, lack of basic services and exclusion from decision-making remains a daily reality for the majority of the poorest people in the world, many of whom are living in societies plagued by natural and man-made crises. The Future Development Agenda pays particular attention to these challenges and invites all member states to commit to promoting peaceful and inclusive societies, ensuring access to justice for all, and building effective, accountable and transparent institutions at all levels. The question that is at the heart of the policy debate today is how do we best measure progress in achieving the 10 targets that collectively constitute that roadmap towards more inclusive and peaceful societies. To guide today's discussion, I would like to point to 4 important findings from ongoing debates, many of them taking place through the virtual network of experts that UNDP is moderating and whose initial findings were presented last week in the margins of the first meeting of the Interagency and Expert Group on the SDGs. First, more data is available on governance and conflict-related issues than is often assumed. Much has been done in the recent past by a large variety of stakeholders, from international development organizations to academic institutions to civil society, as well as national statistics offices. And while most of this work was conducted in the more advanced economies, recent progress on developing governance and conflict-related indicators is taking place in the developing countries. The methodologies used and the capacities needed to gather data at country level may require some improvements, but developing global and national indicators for measuring governance, peace, security, and justice is certainly not an impossible task. Second, there will be a need for a variety of data from different sources, surveys, administrative records, expert assessments, to be able to measure progress on Goal 16 with a reasonable degree of accuracy. A single indicator cannot tell a true, full story about progress on governance-related targets. For example, when measuring progress towards reducing violence, changes in institutional capacity, such as the number of enforcement officers per homicide, need to be compared with outcomes such as the number of violent deaths per 100,000 people. Instead of looking for the right indicator, we need to find the right combination of indicators measured from different sources. A drop in the number of reported rapes can indicate lower incidence of rape or a declining trust in the police. Victimization surveys can help to improve the reliability of this data while also enhancing people's confidence that their concerns are taken into consideration. Third, given the wide variations in context, measuring progress will be all the more important at the national and local levels. The global set of indicators that is currently being developed under the auspices of the UN Statistical Commission will need to be complemented by indicators at the regional and national level to be developed by member states. At country level, it will require a dialogue with government, civil society and academia around the most appropriate mix of data sources and methodologies to support national reporting. Finally, disaggregation of data will be essential to detect differences in access to resources, services, benefits and opportunities between, for example, ethnic, religious, gender, age and income groups. But disaggregation may also carry political sensitivities and risks for certain groups. It is therefore important to also invest in the development of confidential and impartial data gathering mechanisms. Ladies and gentlemen, as part of UNDP's contribution to the post-2015 discussions, we have supported a group of member states in piloting governance assessments in the context of the SDGs. Tunisia has been a key partner in this initiative, and we will hear about the Tunisia pilot here today in Oslo. Tunisia took an interesting approach to promote collaboration between the central government, the National Statistics Office, and representatives of civil society. I mention this as an example because the successful implementation and monitoring of the post-2015 agenda will not only require improved capacity of national statistics offices. What is also needed is better collaboration between data collectors and statisticians from government, civil society, academia and the international community, and above all also a mutual trust in the usefulness and reliability of the data collected. It won't hurt for that task to be successfully achieved to have, as we do in Tunisia, a good UNDP country office that is supported by our friends from Norway. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I will now ask for a short recess while His Royal Highness and our principals leave the room and hand over the moderation to our new Director of the Oslo Governance Centre, Dr. Sara Liste. Thank you very much for your attention this morning.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. Could I ask the speakers for the first session, please, to come and take their place at the table? Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'm only standing because we weren't able to get a podium, and so people at the back may not be able to see. But I do hope that the following few hours will be informal and productive, and that we will all have a chance to contribute. Now that some people have left the room, if you would like to move forward, then please do. If not, then we will carry on as we are. I am Sara Liste, the Director of the Oslo Governance Centre, and I'm delighted to have this opportunity to moderate the rest of the first Oslo Governance and Peacebuilding dialogue. The opening speeches have set the stage for our discussion this morning, and we will have two presentations before lunch looking at experiences of measuring governance and peace. The first presentation will be on experiences from Tunisia, and the second will look at the role of expert assessment through the role of the Global Peace Index. We have asked our presenters in their presentations to reflect on two questions. How has this approach that you are talking about to measurement supported transition to more open and inclusive societies? And the second question we have asked them to think about is, what lessons have we learned from this experience? How are these lessons relevant to discussions about measurement of SDG 16? Munir has just warned me that he doesn't have all the answers to those questions, but I'm sure that during the course of the day we will together come up with some productive thoughts. After each presentation, there will be a short time for questions and answers, but the main discussion we will have together will be after lunch. I have warned all speakers that I intend to be a very strict timekeeper, as we have quite a packed agenda, and this dialogue must finish at 1:20 to allow for the formal opening at 1:30. Without further ado, we will get underway with the first presentation on measuring governance, peace and security through official statistics and civil society engagement in Tunisia. Let me introduce the speakers. Mr. Munir Tabeh has been, since 2013, the UN Resident Coordinator and UNDP Resident Representative for the Republic of Tunisia. Prior to that, he was UNDP's Country Director in Egypt and the Senior Programme Advisor in the Regional Bureau of Arab States in New York, and he has a long and distinguished career with UNDP and the UN. Nadia Touri is Senior Director of Statistics and Social Studies at the National Institute of Statistics in Tunisia. She started her career at the National Institute of Statistics in Tunisia and then worked for UNFPA in Somalia before returning to the National Institute of Statistics to conduct and oversee the first post-revolution 2014 census. Munir, the floor is yours.
Morning. I actually do not have all the answers. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, friends, I would like first to express my gratitude to the organizers for having chosen Tunisia as the guest country in this first Oslo Dialogue on Governance and Peace Building, which also marks the reopening of UNDP's Oslo Governance Center. The choice of Tunisia is quite symbolic and important. It recognizes the singularity of the ongoing Tunisian transition to a full-fledged democracy that respects, protects, and promotes the fundamental rights and freedoms of its population. Equally important, and in line with the theme of this first dialogue, namely measuring SDG 16, promoting peaceful and inclusive societies, Tunisia is an excellent example of the importance of taking into account of the legal dimensions of the human rights, individual freedoms, and the rule of law in the development process. In effect, the different analyses and reports, both domestic and global, of pre-revolutionary Tunisia did not capture the growing gap between demands for social justice, greater equality, and more freedoms on one hand, and what was on offer on the other. These elements have undoubtedly contributed to the 2010-2011 upheaval. Since that revolution and in January 2014, Tunisia adopted its new constitution that now enshrines the rights and freedoms that the population rose to defend and promote 3 years before. It is widely acknowledged that it was the participatory and inclusive process based on dialogue, compromise, and civil society participation that facilitated the Tunisian democratic transition and allowed it to achieve these positive results in a spirit of consensus and kept it from derailing into a spiral of violence, as has happened in many other countries in the region, unfortunately. In the aftermath of the January 2011 revolution, the UN system developed a strategy to support the Tunisian people as they transitioned towards democracy through open and fair elections, through a progressive constitution, and through other measures that contribute to the establishment of a governance system based on citizen participation, legitimacy, transparency, and accountability. Since then, UNDP has strived to provide its partners on the ground with capacity building, technical expertise, advice, knowledge, and norms, as well as other country experiences through its vast network of expertise and country offices. This support aimed at strengthening the capacities of the state to meet the expectations of the citizens, while also helping ordinary citizens in all parts of the country to voice their concerns and participate in the different debates and reforms, mainly through civil society. Throughout the process, UNDP has made use of its convening power in order to extend the debate and strengthen the participation in key and sensitive processes, such as the development of the new constitution, the organization of the different elections, and the drafting of the law on transitional justice and the pursuit of reforms in the justice and security sectors. Norway, along with other development partners, has provided a valuable support to this process through a substantial financial contribution,
which helped so far consolidate the rule of law, the constitutional process, and the national dialogue on reforms. I wish to seize this opportunity to thank the Norwegian government for its continuous engagement to pursue this support through an additional contribution of $4 million, allowing us to pursue our support in two key areas, namely the operationalization of the transitional justice process and the promotion of citizenship and strengthening of social cohesion in Tunisia. Tunisia has been a strong supporter and a lead actor in integrating governance and human rights in intergovernmental discussions on sustainable development goals and the post-2015 development framework. In September 2013, for example, it co-sponsored with France a UN General Assembly side event on human rights recommendations emerging from the post-2015 consultations and how they can be used to assist member states in intergovernmental negotiations. Tunisia was also part of the open working group of the UN Assembly, the General Assembly, that elaborated the proposal of the 17 SDGs. This commitment has also been reflected at the national level, where the Tunisian government is leading two participatory processes aimed at identifying the concerns of the population and translating them into concrete objectives and targets that may also help to inform the global agenda. On one hand, this was done through a national initiative called the Tunisia We Want, which was inspired from the global initiatives of My World and the World We Want. This regional initiative, this national initiative, facilitated by UNDP and other UN agencies, saw the participation of over 10,000 Tunisians in national and subnational consultations, including online and physical surveys, including a Braille version to be as inclusive as possible. This allowed a broader participation of citizens to express their views on what they expect from the global post-2015 agenda and also contributing to defining the national development agenda. This exercise was undertaken jointly with the government and civil society, allowing a greater ownership of the results of the survey and preparing the stage, preparing the ground for government to integrate these results in the planning process, namely the 5-year plan that UNDP is also privileged to support. On the other hand, Tunisia has also been a pilot country of the initiative aimed at piloting illustrative work on governance in the context of the SDGs with UNDP's support that has led to the development of pilot governance SDGs for Tunisia and the identification of a series of indicators and targets. This is also particularly important for Tunisia, not only in terms of its contribution to the global reflection on governance goals for the SDGs, but also in terms of the utility of this exercise for national governance accountability mechanisms and indicators. 9 targets and 36 indicators ranging from watch over performance of the police to access of services in decentralized areas to other areas. This will be the subject of our discussion perhaps today. It is within this framework that Ms. Nadia Twihri will now present the groundbreaking work that Tunisian National Statistics Institute is carrying out with UNDP support. Taking into account this context, I believe that reopening the Oslo Governance Center with its top-notch expertise and know-how in terms of governance assessments and measurements could not have been more timely. It will not only allow to strengthen initiatives such as the ongoing Tunisian one, but also share with other countries what I believe is a unique and encouraging experience. Thank you very much for your attention.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really very glad to be among you today, and especially to be part of this the opening of the renewed Oslo Governance Center, which I think it will be a very good initiative that to let country share experience and best practice in order to go ahead about governance issues. And now, as Mr. Munir said, that National Institute of Statistics cooperated with the national structure, especially the presidents of the governments and UNDP, to promote statistics on governance, since we can't improve it without measuring it. So I will briefly, my plan is this. The first point is the revolution and successful democratic transition in Tunisia. The second one is I will talk about the national survey that we have undertaken in Tunisia with the cooperation of the UNDP. So, this is maybe the process in some days. The revolution started 14 January 2011, then 23rd October 2011, it's the election, democratic election of the National Constituent Assembly. Then we have, for open 3 years, temporary government, about 3 or 4 temporary government. Then 26 October 2014, we have the legislative election. Then finally, 23 November, 21st December 2014, we have the presidential election into 2 rounds. And now we have permanent government, permanent president, and a new constitution. And we are going ahead establishing the democratic processes, and hope that we will succeed and we will be a good example for that. So, why we are asking for governance and for all this? So what we have, and why the revolution was born in Tunisia. The revolution was born in a marginalized region in Tunisia, and very poor and region. So what is the challenges in front of the new government? We need decentralization. So all the power is in a capital, Tunis, but the region should have some power in order to build themselves up. We should reduce region disparity. We should make a new line for development, regional development. We should specify citizen need at local level, not to govern from capital. There are regions far, about 600 kilometers far from capital. So we should go to specify citizens' need at local levels. We need to promote citizen engagement in the society, and we should develop strategy to enhance local governance. But how we can do it? We need indicators and statistics. So, this is the context. So here, the context is, so what we have done as a National Institute of Statistics, as a part of promoting statistics, we have cooperated with UNDP to partner to develop a national citizen survey, and it is the first of its kind in Tunisia, because as a National Institute we have our normal surveys. We don't work in this area to produce governance statistics. Other thing that there are an African initiative, Shaza initiative, Harmonized Statistics in Africa. This initiative, GPS, Governance, Peace and Security, there are a module developed on governance, peace and security, which many countries in pilot country in Africa introduce it in some surveys, but as in Tunis we have introduced it in this citizen survey. Other thing, there are a pariah group, Cape Verde capital. It's small isles in Atlantic Ocean. So Pariah Group, which Tunisia is a pilot country and an active member in this group, is it's an initiative to how to measure governance, peace and security in Africa. Also, Tunisia was one of the first, as Mr. Munir said, of the 5 pilot country of the UNDP initiative to pilot illustrative work on governance within the framework of SDGs. So in November 2014, a national report on the elaboration of a Tunisian SDG on governance was published. Of course, we have 9 targeted and 19 indicators. And this work was done in collaboration with civil society. We have now about 18,500 society after the revolution, with a very large number with comparison before revolution. And they are active in social and political and local life, local initiative. And of course with national institution, laws, and of course the National Institute of Statistics are involved. So, what is the set of indicators and statistics that we need to measure governance? There are 3 sets: perception indicator, objective reality, and capacity indicator. The capacity indicator are specially measured from administrative resources. For example, human material and financial resources allocated to a public institution or policy. This is for capacity. For objective, concrete and measurable results, for example, progression from one year to another, performance efficiency. And for perception, and this is our survey is replying to 2 sets: perception and objective indicator. So, what is the objective of our survey? Our survey aims especially to establish better understanding of local governance, explore the dynamic between state and non-state actors in governance and social benefits, develop strategic recommendation for strengthening democratic governance at local level, respond to the need of Tunisian pilot governance SDG, provide tools for measuring, monitoring, and assessing governance, peace, and security in Tunisia. So, this is, I will not enter in detail in statistics to not make, so this is the identity card of our survey. So, the title is Citizen Perception for Peace, Liberty, Freedom, and Local Governance 2014. Representativeness of the sample at national and regional level. We have 7 regions in Tunisia and 24 governments, but it is representative at level of 7 regions, urban and rural. But for the big governorate, we can get also results at that level. Targeted population is population aged 18 years and above. The sample size is 4,800 households, and we have at the end 14,000 persons. Sampling frame is the census of 2014. Data collection period was September-October 2014. So, we have established a national committee regroup the national stakeholders to identify country and their institutions' priority in the term of governance, peace, security, and democracy. And also a technical committee was established inside National Institute of Statistics to conceptualize and implement the survey. So, survey achievement up to June 2015. First tabulation for descriptive analysis was already done and approved by, the output was approved by National Committee, and this is as a green light to go ahead with the project. Just I take, because we are sharing experience here, the most difficult part of the process is how to sell those indicators to policymakers. How to convince them this is the reality. So that's why we collect data September, October, and we processed it January 2014. But to convince, to make it pretty, to be loved by policymakers, this is the very difficult step, how to buy these indicators. So, what is the questionnaire modules? The questionnaire is a big questionnaire. It contains about 9 modules. The first one, individual characteristics. to permit disaggregation, as you said. Engagement in civil society and political participation. Perception for freedom and human rights in Tunisia. Perception for public health and social protection services at local level. Perception for public education services at local level. Perception to peace and security at local level. Perception for administration, judiciary, and tax collection and customs authorities, other services at local level. Perception for local authority, perception for corruption, bribery at local level. And as I said, it's not all perception, but each question is strengthened by an objective question to see what is the reality exactly, what is happening. For example, are there corruption in your area? Are you have been victim of corruption? So there are objective and perceptions in order to strengthen our indicators. So what is very important is to have the disaggregation, and this survey permits us to disaggregate by gender, age, level of education, professional status, urban, rural, and 7 big regions. It provides larger opportunity for tabulation and in-depth analysis. So what is the lesson learned from this survey? So citizens show we have our surveys, household surveys, start getting a rate of non-response become higher. But this survey brought the unbelievable rate of response. Citizens show interest in responding in such kind of surveys and look forward to see results concretization. Enthusiasm of citizens for being consulted and expressing their point of view. And we have gathered suggestions from citizens to promote life at local level with, in opening. And another learned lesson is the role of civil society. As shown in SDG initiative, civil society can help in the selection of relevant indicators based on potential demand of the society, because they are working there. This is their work. It also helps in data dissemination and monitor its intervention in the field. So, what is the further step of this? Survey? Currently, in-depth analysis to inform the ongoing national and regional planning process and the elaboration of the new 5-year development plan, of course with the support of UNDP. In July 2015, we will hold a seminar to present first working papers that respond to country's priority, because there are many elements. We will start with the element that represent an urgent need for the country. For example, we will get local election, so we will work first on produce indicators and policy to focus it on locality and the election in the locality. In October 2015, analytical and technical report dissemination. Just to highlight that other UN agency, of course we partnered with the UNDP, but other UN agency, UN Women and so on, and national stakeholders show their interest to make thematic studies based on this survey output. Okay, this is some key results. Just the goal is to show the level of disaggregation. For example, this is the participation in National Constituent Assembly election by level of education. We can see who have higher education are the most to be participated in the National Constituent Assembly election. So. And not concerned. Okay. The second one here is the respect of freedom of expression. So the very green is usually respected, then sometimes respected, red never respected, and green. Gray is not no. So the government should work on this gray that he don't know what is freedom of expression. And maybe we should also work on this 9% and 11% and to see why this percentage is existing. For example, here being victim of gender discrimination during the last 12 months. We have only 9% of women, persons they are victim of gender discrimination. Here, being victim of financial status discrimination during the last 12 months by urban or rural. We can see here rural, 31% agree that they are victim. They will be victim of financial status discrimination during the last 12 months. Maybe we should work on the area, a rural area, to see what is the problem. And if we make the disaggregation by region, we will see more disparity between the region. Here, citizen satisfaction of public primary school services, rural and urban. In rural, they are not as satisfied as in urban. And of course, we have many questions why you are not satisfied, what is the solution that you proposed, and so on and so on. Here, for example, the 7 region of Tunisia, and we can see the center-west here. The center-west is the region where the revolution started, and is a region with a lower income, unemployment rate very high. So we can see here the citizen satisfaction about public health services is very low, 27% in comparison with other regions. So there are clear why revolution started from there. Here, for example, citizen perception of violence against women in their locality by gender. So female is red and male is green. So female are very afraid, but male are more courageous. And if we disaggregate it by region, by level of education and so on, we can see more, give us appetite for more analysis and for more. So the last one is the effectiveness of the country's effort in fighting corruption and robbery. The red one, 39%, agree that there are no effectiveness of fighting the country's corruption, and 99% refuse. So, and we have an instance in Tunisia to fight corruption and so on. So maybe if we make it by region, we will find it higher in some region and lower in others. So, so this is just some results, but really it's about 180 variables. It gives more. Okay, now this is the conclusion. So NIS, National Institute of Statistics, is leader in producing governance, peace and democracy statistics at national level, and undertook a national survey, this national survey on governance. Also, we are piloting the African initiative, Shaza GPS, within this survey, and we are an active member in Pariah Group. So ANS will provide statistics and indicator to work on governance with the framework of the SDG. Survey results and analysis will provide inputs to the ongoing 5-year national planning. Survey results will also provide concrete data to civil society and other stakeholders, political party, academia, researcher, private sector, to better advocate, monitor, and carry out initiatives to promote governance, peace, and democracy in the country. Just to finish, I think it's, maybe I'm talking about the country in transition. It is time for the National Institute of Statistics to be part of this process by producing indicator to monitor, because we can't say we are progressing or we are going backward and we haven't data to measure. So if you want to improve it, we should measure it. Thank you. And this is shukran in Arabic.
Shukran.
Thank you very much indeed, Nadia, for that very interesting exposition of what's going on in the National Institute of Statistics in Tunisia. And I'm sure we can all see lots of things that are relevant for other processes that are going on elsewhere. We've got about 15 minutes for questions before the next presentation. So I think we'll start with a round of questions if anybody would like to start. Would anybody like to be the first? Okay, Ingvild. Either to Munir or to Nadia.
Hi, this question is to Nadia, actually. I thought it was very inspiring, very commendable what you achieved in Tunisia so far. If I understood correctly, you released some key findings already in Tunisia, right? Could you say anything about the response by the civil society, politicians at the local level, national level, engagement in the media, or other kinds of reactions?
I think let's take a round of questions if there are a few. Yes, there at the back. Andre.
My name is Endre Stiansen. I'm in the ministry. Again, thanks for very interesting presentations. I have a question to both of you, but my starting point is what Nadia said about, the most difficult part of this operation, and that was to sell the indicators to the politicians. If you could elaborate a little bit, but elaborate maybe along two lines. First, why? What was the issue they had with what you were trying to do, the politicians, and where the differences among politicians? Second, what did you do about it to be able to move forward? And then, attached to that, what kind of communication strategy did you have, especially towards the decision makers? Thanks.
Okay, we'll have one more. I think there was one here in the front, and then we'll get some answers and do another round.
Thank you very much. Borghild Tønnesen Krokon from the Norwegian Forum for Development and Environment. Very interesting presentations here, and thank you for that. And I loved what you said at the end. I wrote it down. It was, if you want to improve it, you should measure it. And it really goes without saying that no data, no problem. So my question is, what kind of challenges, or if any, did you experience in accessing data, and which data did you find was the most difficult to access, and what are the main challenges in accessing data on SDG 16? Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Nadia, would you like to start answering those, and then we'll come to Munir. Are these mics on? They are. Okay.
Okay. I want to thank you for your questions. The reaction. I have demonstrated in my presentation that currently we have presented the results for the national committee. That means the regrouping the stakeholders from all national institutions and a small part of civil society that working directly on governance. And really the reaction they were very happy, and especially we have the representative from the instance of corruption. We have an instance for corruption in Tunisia established after. They are really very happy and said that now our job become easier, that we have data to measure, because our question is that how can we evaluate our effort in the country? So this is at this stage. So the next stage is to present these results to media and all, let me become public, you see. So this step, we should prepare ourselves strongly and making a nice papers that give them sweet and and the reality, you see. So this is and just we finish Ramadan maybe, then we will try to, with the collaboration of UNDP Tunisia, to disseminate these results, because we don't make statistics for just fun of statistics, that we should know how to, we should manage how to make them accept it, love it, and work with it. This is so we are preparing ourselves to sell this product. Why the problem? The problem with the politician. So As you know, statistics is, I would say it's statistics for maybe for some who are not familiar with this field, maybe they will not see the importance of it. And not all ministers that's mean. This is the first time we produce those statistics, so we should first stress on the fiability and the reliability. They should make sure that they are reliable and they are good in order to rely on it. So, because this is the first experience, it's a little bit hard to implement it and to make that they assume it and take, well, this is the result from this survey, it's okay, we take it and we work on, and to make it as a reference as the other surveys. And challenges, so this is for the survey, there are no problem for access to data. So we release data, even we are preparing ourselves to make it on our data portal site to be accessible from all over the world. But the problem is the administrative data sources, because we need a capacity, for example, indicators, and those we can measure it only from administrative sources. And if we do surveys, they will be very costly. And but administrative data, we should need to be worked on first to be gathered. So it is, I think it's, we have launched travail de longue haleine, a very long-term work in order to establish a good set for indicators to measure governance. Yeah.
Thank you. Munir, would you like to come in?
I will not comment very much on the technical dimension. I think we have the competent authorities here. I do want to say one thing. Is one of the things I mentioned in my introductory remarks, that prior to the revolution there were many dimensions of daily life that were simply not captured. What was being measured was economic growth, and much more at the national plan, and a 6 to 7% economic growth seemed to be quite good. Then, of course, a lot of people were surprised by what happened on the 17th of December of 2010 and what followed. What we have right now is an important political opportunity, and that's what I want to emphasize on. I think Tunisians know what they don't want, going back to the old style of government. What they are now trying to sort out, what is it that they actually want, what to measure, and how to move forward. So there's a lot of, Tunisians refer to what's happening in Tunisia right now, and correct me if I'm wrong, as a great field of experiment. It is actually being experimented on. This type of statistics would not have been possible if it were not for this ambiance of transition, trying to sort out where we move forward. So we have a great opportunity here. Second, what makes this as important is that practically every one of those dimensions was worked together between government and civil society. And civil society will continue to have a role. So this collaboration will make sure that there will be innovation, will be some form of pressure, checks and balances on viability and reliability of the statistics. So there's something that's quite interesting that has started, and it's timely. We have just started supporting the government in putting together a 5-year plan. The same ministry that kind of oversees statistics is also responsible for the plan. And the Sustainable Development Goals are the language that are being used. So we have a very, very interesting opportunity, and we hope to be able to continue with that. From that point of view, we think we have a political right environment, and hopefully we can support it with the technical dimension.
Thank you so much, Paul Fay from the Norwegian Agency for Development Cooperation. Thank you to the presenters, very exciting, and congratulations. I mean, amidst this round that you're still analyzing and basically processing, if you look forward, would you foresee that major tweaks might be needed in terms of questions, indicators, methods? This is a question in relation to whether there's a kind of baseline that basically will focus on, or whether you will perhaps, shall we say, specify some areas that you would like basically to go more, shall we say, further into. And the second question relates basically to financing. And if you could say something about the total cost or the additional cost of such a survey in a country the size of Tunisia, approximately, and whether this is something that, shall we say, is part of the financing of the Statistics Bureau of the Ministry, or whether you see that this, shall we say, over time would be part of a regular work program. Thank you.
Thank you. If you could pass the microphone to your right to Harvard.
Sorry.
Hi, so I'm Håvard Nygaard from the Peace Research Institute of Oslo. I also just have to say that this was fascinating. I have a question that is perhaps overly specific, but I'll try anyway. So I was extremely impressed by the range of different indicators and data sources you were gathering, especially both the subjective and the objective indicators. But my question is, a curious observation from many of the Nordic countries is that people's perception of the quality of local governance is negatively correlated with the objective indicators of local governance. So people who live in local governments that produce low quality governance are very happy with their government, and that's a curious story. But we know so that there's a similar picture that emerges, for example, if you look at the corruption indicators. So there's countries that have very high levels of perceived corruption, but which doesn't necessarily have very high levels of objectively measured corruption. So South Korea is a case in point. So I guess my wider question here is, did you, because it's easy to know what story you're going to tell when there's subjective and objective indicators point in the same direction, but I was wondering, did you ever encounter any of these issues where things point in different directions, and how then did you frame your story, so to speak?
Thank you. If you could pass the mic over to Berit, who's sitting there.
Thank you very much. Berit Fladby from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And I would also like to join previous speakers in thanking for the very interesting presentations. It was really interesting to hear. I'm interested in the way from data, information to policy development. Maybe my understanding is wrong, but my impression is that the issues raised, you had a list of like 10 type of questions raised, were rather system specific, not so much related to individuals or groups of individuals. But at the same time it was said that you have disaggregated data according to age group, gender, education level, and so on. So my question, if you're also thinking ahead towards the new development agenda and the emphasis on leaving nobody behind, is how do you plan to utilize information collected on which are closely related to different social groupings? I mean, young, educated men, for instance, is definitely an issue when it comes to a peaceful society. You didn't get my point?
I think that's fine. Great, thank you. Nadia, why don't you start responding, and Maria can come in.
hope that I get. If I don't reply, maybe if I didn't get you well, just tell me. So for the adjustment of the methodology. So as I said, that this is the first time that we undertake this survey, and the methodology was implemented and conceptualized within the National Institute of Statistics, and the questionnaire was conceptualized and also within the National Institute of Statistics, learning from the experience of UNDP in MENA region and Shaza. But the questionnaire was, the core of the questionnaire is the priority and the concerns of Tunisia context, because the questionnaire was discussed within a committee regrouping all the national stakeholders in all domains. So after the result dissemination and receiving criticism maybe or hits, so we will rebuild we will learn from the mistakes maybe we have done in the methodology, and maybe we will work on the sample, maybe that means this is a pilot one, but we will learn from it, and we will try to get all lessons learned and including in the further surveys, because we want to maintain this survey to be on yearly basis or 2 yearly basis. This is our future plan. So the problem of finance, for example, in our National Institute of Statistics, we have our normal surveys. For example, labor survey, consumption survey, census. All those surveys are fully 100% financed by the government, by the National Institute by the Tunisian government. By such a new survey, it is a little bit hard to convince such country in transition with a lot of problem about a high rate of unemployment and disparity in the region, and so to allocate an amount of the money to make such initiative to measure a new statistics, because the culture of statistics is not well spread everywhere. So that's why UNDP really had supported us to financially to implement this project. But our for example, the representativeness at level of 7 regions, but we have 24 governorate, and each governorate has his specificity and has its own problem. So we hope that we can go and make statistics representative at governorate level, and not because having data at representative at regional level is a constraint of finance constraint. It's not a methodological constraint. So here we start a big workshop that, but at least we have started. This is the very difficult of it, is to start. We have started, and we want to produce something that dazzle the community, the policy maker, the stakeholder, to say, yes, we need this survey. We have relied on this survey to do many things. So many challenges we will facing in order to establish a national survey with a permanent mandate. This is our goal as a National Statistics Office. 2 minutes. Okay.
I'm hurrying Nadia a little bit.
Okay.
It's very interesting, but
okay. So we have this issue of costs. We are facing this issue of costs. For example, future survey, we don't know whether UNDP will support, or our government will say, yes, we need this and we will finance. So problem of objective and disobjective question. I have said that all perception, we have supported it with an objective equation. And what we have noticed is that the objective and the perception are going in the same way, but with a difference in percentage. The perception is usually higher than the reality. And how we can introduce this statistics in the political plan? This is your question? Yeah. So this is the most difficult of it. But as a technician from National Institute of Statistics and the other minister, we are networking in order to how to introduce this, and they express their need for this. And even the ongoing 5-year plan, they are waiting to get some results, some key results from this survey to integrate it in their 5-year plan. So, I think.
Thank you. Munir, would you like to, in a minute or two?
I think the last point I want to leave you with is that this has gone from just a simple idea to conceptualization to figuring out the indicators and the objectives and the targets to a sample survey, all in the span of a few months. And now the move towards policy makes it all that much easier that it sits at the National Statistics Institute, which is part of the Prime Minister's office. So a lot of things are aligned, and I think with continued support, with the presence of the civil society, what politicians end up using and what civil society ends up using in terms of joint effort to keep the pressure up is going to be quite interesting. As long as we are still in this mood of transition moving forward to what translating the Constitution into reality on the ground, we still have very important opportunities to implement this. So thank you all for the support. I think this is partly also supported by the Norwegian government, Patrick and your team, and this has been quite useful. I have a few copies for those who are interested, for those who read Arabic and those who read French. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. I wish we could spend longer talking about this, but some of these themes we can pick up this afternoon. I can already see some themes starting to come through, both the critical role of measurement in moving countries towards more inclusive societies after transition, but also how transition itself creates an opportunity sometimes to do things that are not possible. Obviously, the issue of working with policymakers and politicians and how do we do that is also coming through. Without too much further ado, we shall move over to Daniel. But first, let's thank our speakers from Tunisia. No, do stay here. Do stay here. I would just note, I will introduce Daniel, that we're not having a formal coffee break now because in true Norwegian style, we're breaking for lunch very early. But there is coffee at the back, there is water at the back, and so do feel free to go and get some if you need some. Next I'd like to introduce Daniel Hislop, who is from the Institute for Economics and Peace. He's a research manager there, where he coordinates research and manages the IEP's growing research team. For the past 5 years, he has led the production of the annual Global Peace Index report, and he's also worked as a consultant to a range of intergovernmental organisations and think tanks, including the UN, the Commonwealth Secretariat, and others. And he is going to be speaking to us this morning about the role of expert assessment of the Global Peace Index. Thank you very much, Daniel.
Thank you, Sarah, for that introduction, and thank you, everyone, for having me. It's exciting to be a part of this renewed initiative, and Nadia, it's really interesting to hear the work that you're doing. I think, if anything, that shows that measuring Goal 16 is most certainly possible, so it's very exciting. My comments are going to be broken into two parts today. I'm going to talk a little bit about the initiative that I work with, the Global Peace Index, from the point of view of a third party and the role of expert assessment in measuring peace. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about Goal 16 and the implications of the framework framework for third-party measurement. A little bit about the Institute for Economics and Peace. We're a not-for-profit think tank focused on measuring peace and looking at its economic benefits. We're really trying to strip peace of its utopian connotations, to communicate the fact that it is a measurable, tangible, achievable metric, and there are things that you can do to actually improve peace. So a lot of our research outputs are targeted towards the general public, and that's where we see a lot of our impact. A little bit about the Global Peace Index. So this initiative we've been working on for 9 years now. It is essentially a ranking of all the countries in the world by how peaceful they are. There's 162 countries, 23 indicators. There's 23 indicators because peace is multidimensional. You can't measure it just by one indicator. There's several indicators. We work closely with an international panel of experts who provide independent advice, and there's really 4 types of data in the index. Administrative data, expert qualitative assessment, event data that we derive from media reports, big data, and other composite measures that we combine to try and measure. So I'll talk a little bit about those and give some practical insights about how we put the index together. What do we mean by peace? The Norwegian sociologist Johan Galtung came up with this formulation, negative peace and positive peace. The Global Peace Index measures negative peace, the absence of violence, the absence of the fear of violence. But the real goal of the research project is to better understand positive peace, the institutions, the factors, the attitudes that actually create peace in the long term. And I'll talk a little bit about those measures. And what's really encouraging is that there's a really close overlap between measures of positive peace and Goal 16. These are some of the data sources that are in the Global Peace Index, mostly intergovernmental sources, a mix of third-party groups, academic institutes like Uppsala and PRIO. Some PRIO people are here today. Also, other data sets from other universities like the Global Terrorism Database from the University of Maryland. One of the really important ways in which we fill the data gap is through qualitative assessment, and we work quite closely with a group called the Economist Intelligence Unit. They have 100 country analysts who every year rank 7 indicators, or score 7 indicators for the 162 countries based on a set of criteria. And we have 3 key actors working with us. So we have an expert panel, international expert panel, who provide peer review to make sure that the results of the index are independent. And of course, we work quite closely with the economists who also provide peer review. And these 3 groups, including the IEP research team, are there to provide feedback. One thing that's important to note is that we do, year to year look at new data and are willing to revise the methodology index where it is necessary or where new data arises. So when we put all the indicators together, this is what we get, a ranking of all the countries in the world by how peaceful they are. And really the GPIs, now that it's been going for 9 years, is really 3 ways in which it's been successful. The first one is just to communicate that peace can be measured. It gets widely reported in the media every year. It does get a discussion started about peace, whether or not it's going up, whether it's going down, what are the factors that underpin peace. That's a really important thing. The data sets that we've generated are used as monitoring and evaluation tools. They are cited in academic literature, and there is a little bit of a multiplier effect there in terms of supporting other research. But the real goal of the project, as I said, is really what can we learn about positive peace, and I'm just going to really quickly touch upon this. We've done in the last 5 years quite a bit of statistical analysis around trying to understand what are the key factors that support peace, and this is just one way of thinking about it. There's 8 factors, and the things that are not that surprising, things like governance, the distribution of resources, which is referring not just to the distribution of income, but also distribution of health and education services. Free flow of information, whether or not people have access to the media, is really important for peace in the long term, as is the business environment, the macroeconomic conditions within a country. The level of human capital, which is referring not just to the stock of human capital, capital, but whether or not that capital is being utilised. So things like youth unemployment, for instance, is a really important measure. Acceptance of the rights of others, which is looking at social cohesion, so whether or not different linguistic, religious groups get along. Gender inequalities is really important, and levels of corruption. Good relations with neighbours is referring to relations between states. So this taxonomy is just a way of thinking about the key factors that support peace in the long term, and they're statistically derived. A lot of the literature does support this, and I think what's really interesting is that when you look at Goal 16 and when you look at the broader SDG agenda, you see these indicators. So it's suggestive that we're on the right track, at least from a normative point of view. We're certainly looking at measuring the right things. We've tried to measure positive peace, and this is a map of it. So this is a map of institutions, attitudes and structures that support peace. Darker blue is more positive peace. What you can see is that there are quite a lot of countries that are grey. Even not adhering to rigid statistical standards, it's very difficult to fill in the data at a national level for all these indicators. So the data challenges are quite significant. One thing I'm going to quickly mention is the close link between violence and institutions and attitudes and perceptions of peace. This is the correlation between those two, and naturally you would expect there to be a correlation because they're partly derived from each other. But it's just a fact that countries at the bottom left, the ones in blue there, they tend to be less violent, but they also tend to have positive peace factors in place. They tend to have better governance, they tend to have lower corruption on average, they tend to have more equitable distribution of resources, social cohesion, and so on. The ones in red, they tend to be in a cycle of violence. They have higher levels of conflict deaths. They have higher levels of homicide. They also have weaker positive peace factors. So they have higher corruption, poorer governance, and so on. One interesting aspect about this is that if you look at the top left, where Laos and Zambia is, for instance, you see countries with what we call a positive peace deficit. Those countries lack the institutions to support their levels of peace. And what we saw, if you go back to 2008, you see countries like Egypt and Syria and Madagascar, to a certain extent, in that area. So your lack of institutional capacity in these areas is somewhat suggestive of the resilience of your peace and the risk that your country faces of falling into conflict and violence. So I'll stop there and I'll just move to the Goal 16 current data context, because that's what we want to talk about. I think Nadia's comments about what Tunisia is doing is very suggestive that Goal 16 is most certainly measurable. The virtual network of experts that has been referred to has identified over 400 indicators. We've identified at least 135, 18 of which fit certain criteria that are currently available. So the framework is measurable. However, what we do know also is that when we look at the recent UN Statistical Commission ratings, only 5 out of the 12 targets of Goal 16 were rated Tier 1, which means that that's good. That's good. That means that there's an existing methodology for measuring these things, and that there's also data available. However, there was also 7 of the 12 that were rated Tier 2, which means that, yes, there is a methodology that's broadly accepted for measuring these things, but data is not necessarily that available. So there is a big data gap. Fortunately, none of them were Tier 3, which would suggest that there's no prevailing guidance whatsoever about measuring these goals, or these targets, I should say. The technical support team also only identified 2 AAA indicators, so they had a separate rating scheme. So it is suggestive that in terms of the current stock of data, what we have now in 2015, there are challenges. And I'm going to step through some of those really quickly. So the first one is availability. Most of the data, as I've just pointed out, or at least 7 of the 12, don't exist. And even when you look at one of the AAA rated indicators, homicide, there are serious difficulties there too. We know that only, I think it's 3 out of 4 fragile states don't report their homicide data to the UNODC. We certainly know from the Global Peace Index research over the last 9 years that homicide data has moved around a lot. A lot of the estimates provided by organisations like WHO can change quite significantly. So even on something really quite fundamental like homicide, the data is lacking. Disaggregation, obviously this has been talked about quite a lot, and it's particularly important for peace, conflict, security, inclusive societies, because we all know, certainly from the literature, that horizontal inequalities within societies explain a lot of the change. It's not just, it's very good to know, the numbers at a national level, but it's differences within a country which are really quite critical. Third thing is that a lot of the targets are multidimensional. You can't measure them by just 1 or 2 indicators, and so there is this natural tension and trade-off between a limited number of indicators and a comprehensive set of indicators that actually measure what we're wanting to measure. And if you look at Goal 16, you look at 16.4, 16.7, those are compound indicators which will require more than 1 or 2 indicators to measure them adequately. Even 16.1, if you look at the way it's worded, is a compound indicator. So significantly reduce all forms of violence and related death rates everywhere. What do we mean by violence? That could mean conflict deaths, it could mean interpersonal violence, it could mean violence against women. There's many categories of violence that we could talk about there and measure. And of course, it doesn't take much to point out that a lot of the indicators require quite deep statistical capacity. Even a lot of high-income countries don't do regular victimization surveys. So the idea that countries that currently have poor capacity doing these things is obviously a serious challenge. And finally, the political viability of some of the goals. I think that's the obvious standout challenge. 16.10 is quite a good example of that. So I think the point here is that the door just needs to be left open for some forms of third-party and expert assessment to somehow work with the official administrative sources. And certainly Patrick did refer to that in his comments. I'm just going to step through some examples of some really top-line third-party related data collection that has been going on for many years and is currently going on and is relatively new. Many people might be familiar with Transparency International's Corruption Perceptions Index, perceptions data on perceptions of corruption in a whole range of institutions, but also questions on bribery. And Transparency International have been doing this for quite some time with relatively little controversy. There's quite a nice data set there already. World Justice Project, looking at a multidimensional measure of rule of law. That's a survey-based data covering 91 countries, quite a big initiative. And then there's more innovative new initiatives. CORDAID, the Dutch development organisations just developed a thing called Flourishing Community Index, which is a very interesting and innovative approach to surveying on the ground, asking people for narratives about their situation rather than asking direct perception-based questions. And then there's the host of event databases like ACLED, like the Global Terrorism Database, which use machine coding and coding of media sources to generate data from these third-party sources, and these can be very accurate, and I'll talk a little bit about those. And then there's just technological innovations around SMS, which it really has a lot of promise as well. So, really simply, I mean, there are strengths to these third-party sources. They're innovative, they're cheap, they're a lot cheaper than official administrative data, and they're timely and practical. Of course, they don't always adhere to the SMART criteria, the criteria that we want to see for indicators, and they're not always at a statistical standard. And I think that's where one of the questions lies for expert and third-party assessment is, do we actually need some of these data sources to adhere to administrative standards? In some ways, sometimes we just need indicators. We need rough indicators to broadly indicate whether or not countries are going forwards or backwards on particular measures. I'm going to step through very quickly a couple of examples of expert qualitative data that is currently existing that, say, we generate with the Global Peace Index. There's an indicator on violent crime that we generate, scoring countries from 1 to 5. That would inform 16.1. There's similar indicators at the Mo-Ibrahim Index. The Economist generates other qualitative indicators. And these have been mentioned in the virtual network. The International Budget Partnership Open Budget Index is another one. So there is existing data there that has been developed for many years, relatively uncontroversially, with broad buy-in that currently exists that can be used. I'm just going to show one example of an indicator that is a qualitative indicator measuring something that is a little bit politically sensitive, the political terror scale, which is an indicator put together by an American university who code countries based on the level of political violence within their countries. So they use the Amnesty International Human Rights report and the US State Department Human Rights report to code countries based on their levels of political terror. And again, that's an existing data set it goes back more than 10 years. As I said before, there's event databases. This is just an example of one. This is from the Global Terrorism Index, which we put together. Very detailed data, geocoded data on the number of lives lost from terrorist incidents, the level of property damage, the perpetrators, the weapons involved, quite detailed stuff. It's available for more than 15 years worth of time series, and it's updated every year. And it's done so relatively cheaply. One example of a hybrid approach is a project that we worked on earlier this year with INEGI, the Mexican Statistical Agency, on measuring peace in Mexico. The Mexico Peace Index looked at negative peace at the subnational level as well as positive peace at the subnational level. And thanks. And essentially, I think that's a good example of a hybrid collaboration. INEGI is a constitutionally independent statistical agency, highly professional, and we could work quite closely with them in putting some of their data into a composite measure to use for advocacy. So, some really top-line points on how expert and third-party data can help and fill the gap for Goal 16. So the first is, just in the absence of administrative data, there's data out there that we can use. Pretty obvious point. It can address the need for composite measures if they are needed, and maybe they're not a part of the official universal indicators. Maybe they get used at a country-specific level. There are technical reasons why expert assessments may work better. So, for instance, on indicators whereby you need to compare across countries in a harmonised way on a transnational issue, it might be difficult for an NSO to do that. So illicit flows is a good example. There's context-specific reasons. So in a country that is suffering from significant levels of violence, it's not really reasonable to think that they're going to be able to continue to generate statistics. And there are good examples of third-party attempts at this. The Iraq body count is one of them, counting the number of violent deaths in the Iraqi conflict. And then there's just emergent technologies that we need to take account of. I've referred to some of these before, but these are quite innovative, and they are developing all the time, and they can quickly supplant administrative sources and generate data very quickly and cheaply. Accountability is an important one, and as I've said, I think there might be space to inform those supplementary country-specific indicators. So just in conclusion, just some really top-line points on how better peace building, better Goal 16 data could help things outside of just measuring the framework itself. There's certainly scope to better increase early warning for governments, to indicate where are the pressure points, which things are getting better, which things are getting worse. For business, there's large scope to help investors better price country risk. That's a broader, more important point for development. I think that it's very difficult for a lot of fragile states to attract foreign direct investment if a risk premium can't be applied to a country. So if there's better data on what's going on, then at least an investor can price the risk, which means at least investment can happen. Policymakers, obviously practitioners, the holy grail of peace building would be some kind of cost-benefit assessment methodology where you could work out the benefit of particular interventions. And I think over time, the goal would be that you could shift the focus to long-term planning. Donors, it's a point that gets often said, too focused on 3 to 4 year time periods. By generating this data and understanding the pace at which it changes, we can start to shift the focus to a long-term, 10, 15 years, because that's how long these institutions sometimes take to improve. And of course, just generating better data for targeting and allocation of resources and a better evidence base. So, conscious of the time, Sarah, I'll leave my comments there, and thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Daniel. That was a very interesting presentation, which was a very interesting contrast to the presentation before, providing a very different view of how we might measure governance and peace building aspects, and I have a lot of questions about use by policymakers and so on, but I'm sure others do too. So we have about 15 minutes for questions. Is there anybody who would like to start? There's one over there. Let's take a round. One over there. And Knut at the front. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. As always, it was extremely interesting, Daniel. I had two very different questions. One simple and easy. So one concern, obviously, with expert assessment is the issue of consistency over time. So to make sure that you actually get good time series, which is, you'd think, especially crucial for something like a long-run SDG process. So what's your thoughts on that? And then second, you talked about the risk for investors and business risk on your concluding slide. And so one thing we know, for example, is that if you look at the borrowing costs for African countries, and you compare African countries to many other countries that have similar debt levels, etc., African countries are charged much higher interest rates. So investors are building in a political risk factor that is probably connected to conflict risk, that is a heavy premium on any type of business going on in Africa. And my general sense is that many of these political risk analysis groups are exaggerating the risk of conflict in many Africans or in many developing countries in general. And is this an issue where you think the approaches you're dealing with could actually make a difference?
Thank you. And the second question was over there, wasn't it, Chris?
Thanks. Christopher Wilson from the Engine Room. I couldn't help but notice that the way you described third-party expert data collection initiatives was almost exclusively about international third parties doing comparative work. And I think one of the other challenges there and potential weaknesses is that can often be perceived as imposed from outside by actors that don't understand the national context, which can have important consequences for how that data gets fed into policy processes and ownership. And I also noticed that though we perhaps fortunately haven't heard the term data revolution today, there has been some reference to the fact that there's been a tremendous proliferation of data collection and data generation by citizens and by civil society in countries. And we haven't had a chance to really reflect on how that kind of data might be incorporated into these kinds of measurement processes. Often that kind of data isn't representative, it's not statistical, doesn't meet those kinds of standards, but I think there's also quite a bit of opportunity to think about how it can play complementary roles, either for quality control, for focusing on disaggregated analysis, or by identifying areas where further data collection is necessary. So I'd like to hear everybody's comments on that.
Thank you. And then there's in the front, and after we'll go to Alex.
This is Knut Osby. I work for the UN in Timor-Leste. Can I sneak in two questions very quickly? Yes. First, thank you very much to all the presenters. It's really great to see this work. On the last presentation, one technical one, which is you showed 8 pillars, and only I was sort of missing poverty as a prominent factor in supporting peace as a pillar. You talked about resource distribution, but that's a bit different from poverty in general. If you could reflect a little bit on why poverty is not more prominently shown in those pillars. The other question is a bit linked to the last question, the ownership of host countries. It's very often you will see that host countries will take unfavorable external statistics as something threatening rather than something that can be used for policy making. And instead of having a constructive policy making work, you would see a defensive reaction trying to prove why these external statistics are not valid. How would you propose to bridge that gap? Thank you.
Thank you. And then last question actually from Alex.
Hi, thanks so much for a really interesting presentation. I work for CARE Norway. My name's Alexandra. I'm coordinating a program on 1325, UNSCR Women, Peace and Security Agenda. My question relates to the relationship of gender equality to peace, and specifically how in your work you're addressing that, what kinds of measures you're using, and whether you're looking at some of the work that's taking place within the sort of WPS community, the global indicators that are being advanced, that will be reviewed come October. Thanks.
Thank you, Daniel.
Great, thanks. So Horvath's question first. How do we ensure consistency over time on an expert process for indicator development? It's a good question. What's really critical, I think, is the way in which expert surveys are constructed. So really practically, they need to be based on very clear criteria, and usually some kind of binary criteria that is not open to interpretation. So over time, when experts change and when there's new people come in, the opinions don't change. They're not subjected to those subjective beliefs. In terms of the question about business risk and borrowing costs, it is a very interesting point to make that a lot of fragile states, especially African countries, have these higher interest rates and the risk premiums already priced in. Last year we convened a conference with fund managers and with practitioners to talk about this question partly, and what we learned is that the way in which a lot of big funds actually do risk assessment is really quite crude. A lot of the tools that are out there around trying to define political risk are really quite poor, and the way in which people do investment is still often through personal relationships. So, for instance, a big fund might want to invest in a particular telecommunications company in a fragile state because they know someone on the board. They know nothing about the DRC. They just know, oh, that's bad, but at least I know this person on the board. So the way in which risk is being done is not very effective. And if we can provide better data, then ideally the risk premiums will go down, because better data is better than nothing, which is what we have at the moment. The premiums are high because there is no data. And I think what's worse is that because there is no data, nowhere near enough investment actually happens. I think that's the real big problem. To Chris's question about just focusing on international third-party examples, it's a very well taken point. Probably remiss of me not to include some locally derived ones. I think, Sarah, when we're thinking about trying to answer your question about what have we learned from some of these initiatives and how they made more inclusive societies, I think the very best examples are the ones that have happened at the local level. And it's very difficult at this early stage to know how effective some of them are, because they haven't been around that long in terms of, if we're thinking of Ushahidi or some of the other peace tech developments. And it's also very difficult to track the causality between lots of these little initiatives and what actually happens at the national level. I think there's a really good example of a project called Map Kibera, which was locally led people who got together to map the Kibera slums, where almost 1 million people live. Previously there's no map of this area, and so the government was very appreciative of that, because they could begin to understand where services need to be delivered and where the gaps are in water and sanitation. So that's a really practical example of a locally led data project that's actually had an impact in terms of delivering better services. I think in terms of the data revolution, yes, we haven't mentioned that. I think it's just important to point out, and when we're asking this question about what can donors do, that statistical capacity is not currently being funded. Or it is, it's just not very much. I think it's something like 0.16% of ODA. So donors aren't giving the money to generate data. And there are plenty of examples of well, there's a couple of examples. I think the Demographic Health Survey is a very good example of funding statistical capacity, generating data, but also generating capacity. And a lot of that data, incidentally, the most recent Demographic Health Survey has quite detailed questions on domestic violence, for instance, and it's done this without much controversy. And statistical officers are now rolling this out. And so we have this quite detailed data on domestic violence for more than 50 countries, and it's, as far as I can tell, not really caused too much political concern. To the question, the technical question, just about the pillars and poverty. Poverty is, we do look at that in the human capital pillar. So if you're in poverty, there's not much human capital. But when you're looking at that pillar and that framework, what we're trying to do is actually think about the factors that statistically lead to violence. And I think the jury is very much out in terms of what the literature says about poverty and violence. People in poverty don't necessarily become violent. And I think that's an important point to make. In terms of ownership, and the sort of concern about that, I think it's important to note that it's not always the case that these third-party or expert processes will turn up bad news. Sometimes governments will be very happy when a third party points out that things are getting much better, and invariably they are getting better. And I think we sometimes forget that there are good stories, and the positive change can happen. I think there are examples of third parties helping build capacity and working very closely with NSO. I think Afrobarometer is a really good example of that. But ultimately, I think, going back to a comment I made, I think it's in Goal 17. There's a target around statistical independence and the independence of statistical agencies to generate data. I think that's a really important one, because without that one, you can imagine that it's very difficult for a lot of these other processes to work without political interference. And then in the second, I think that was it, wasn't it? And then to Alexandra's question, just about gender and peace, that is something that we've looked at quite a lot. It's just a fact that countries with less gender equality tend to be less peaceful. It's a cyclical process. Low gender equality leads to violence. Violence leads to low gender equality. I think in terms of the data for gender equality, I think, and especially gender-based violence, there's a real need to develop more of it. A really basic question, and this is something that we're interested in working on at the moment, is if you want to see a list of the countries by the countries that have the most amount of gender-based violence in the world and the ones that have the least, you can Wikipedia it, and you actually get Australia and Sweden at the top. And of course, we know we know the reason for that, because women report violence in these places, and that's a good thing. There's norms around that, and people, there's trust in the police to do so, even though we know that there's also a lot of underreporting. But for the rest of the world, pretty much, we really don't have any data. So on a really elementary thing like gender-based violence, there is no information. And I think the example of what happened in DRC is a pretty good example. In 2007, I think the UN mission estimated that during the conflict there was something like 4,000 rapes that happened, and that were mostly perpetrated by soldiers. That same year, Demographic Health Survey did a survey, they rolled out their domestic violence survey, and they found that there were over 437,000 rapes. And so the UN mission number dramatically underestimated the actual magnitude. And what was worse is that the policy focus was very much on violence against women in wartime. And yes, that is a problem, but what the DHS survey found is that the great majority of this was actually happening within the home. And so I think that's a really good example of how, when we get this better data, we can start to identify what are the real key touch points and what we need to do around policy. So I think that was it.
Great, thank you very much. We're going to wrap up the morning session now, but I'd like first to thank Daniel for his very interesting presentation, and all the speakers for their presentation. I think there's a few more issues that came out of that one that we might want to take into the afternoon, including this issue around ownership and how that affects legitimacy and how that affects the ability to feed into local policy. We're going to break for lunch now. You did find on your tables when you came in a questionnaire about the OGC and what you might like to see, types of things we might like to work with you on in the future. If you would like to fill that in and just leave it at the table at the back, that would be great, or give it to me or any of the other OGC staff who are here. We're going to reconvene at 12:15 promptly. We will start the discussions at 12:15 with some discussants and then a plenary discussion, after which Helen Clark and the Foreign Minister will rejoin us to formally open the centre. So the timing this afternoon is very tight. I would ask you to take a quick lunch break. You will find some food outside, I believe, and I look forward to seeing you back here at 12:15. Thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everybody. This afternoon we have about an hour or a little bit more than an hour to continue thinking about the themes that we were looking at this morning. So the format is that there will be two discussants, Olav Jones, who is the Deputy Director General of Statistics Norway, and Håvard Nygaard, and I apologize for my Norwegian pronunciation, I'm working on it, who is the Senior Researcher at the Peace Research Institute, PRIO. And then there will be a plenary discussion followed by closing remarks from Tori Hoven, who is the Head of Department for Economic Development, Gender and Governance from NORAD. What we have asked discussants to think about, and what we hope that we might all think about, were a number of broader questions around what difference will the measurement of Goal 16 make in transitional societies? What are the advantages and disadvantages of the different approaches we've been hearing about this morning, and how do they complement each other, or how could they complement each other? And given the very different views about the validity and legitimacy of NSO, civil society, expert measurement, how can we attempt to build trust and synergy between these different actors and draw on the different advantages that they all bring? So without further ado, I'll hand the floor over to Olav Jones.
Okay.
Thank you.
Use this microphone?
Yes, it's on.
Or should I?
Whichever you prefer. Okay.
Thank you. Let me first say that I'm very honored to be invited to this event. My background is from official statistics. I have worked in Statistics Norway in different positions for many, many years, and also been rather active in the international community. So my viewpoints are based on official statistics, but also with some understanding of the international processes. The topic is fundamental for all of us, no doubt about that. And of course, official statistics should give priority to important topics like this. And the problem, I think, is that my message is that our contribution is limited to really understand the complex processes. And why is that? I think that it is, of course we have to do our best, but the problem is that to produce official statistics of high quality, confidence, stability, transparency, respect for privacy, respect for confidentiality, etc., etc., to do that in a really professional way in accordance with all the international quality criteria, like the 10 fundamental principles for official statistics, even now adopted by the General Assembly in UN in December 2013. We need a stable society. We need a society with stable institutions, with stability, transparency, well-organized societies. Then we can produce statistics. So to some extent it's like the hen and the egg. It is difficult to be in front of a society and really do this. But of course we have to try to do. So that is the starting point. I think there is a claim for official statistics that it should be professional, use best scientific methods to gain trust and to gain respect that official statistics is produced independent, professionally independent from political authorities. That is a debate how to do it in Europe. we see in some countries the consequences of severe breaks of the principle of political independence. The CPI in Argentina has been one example. I think that the constant crisis in the Euro region, in the EU, caused by the Greek economic crisis, is a result of bad statistics manipulated by the Minister of Finance in Greece. And to some extent that is said by the Commission to be one of the causes of the crisis. So that's why the Commission, Eurostat and others really are putting more and more claims that statisticians should act independent. So that means that it is not self-evident that statistics, and in countries with lack of peace, lack of transparency, lack of democracy, in crisis, close to anarchy, whatever you will call it, of course it is difficult to really establish high quality of its statistics. Okay, this first point I think is self-evident. So I have listened to with interest and respect to the comments by the presenters earlier. I think it is, and it was said by one of the earlier speakers, that some of the topics we discuss is examples of the problems of measure. For example, crime can be taken out of the elementary textbooks in statistics. That there is a hidden crime and there is an open crime, and statisticians can measure easily crime that is registered by the police or court cases, and then we can register. But we know that if those observed crime rates increase, it may be a result of better police or a result of more crime, and that is the solution to that question. Is it more crime or better police? Is unsolved. And so is it in this field. So we have to be very professional. Let me also say that maybe it's not always so that official statistics is better than other statistics. Statistics and science and research can of course be extremely high quality, but there is a distinction between, let's say, or there are quality claims for official statistics, that it should be an overall representation. We should not use opinion polls where people call journals and say yes or no. We have to use representative methods to avoid that statistics is by some history said to be of bad quality. There is lack of trust. There are claims that there are different types of lies. There are white lies, black lies, and statistics. And for me, who has spent my working career in statistics, I think it's important to be honest that some topics are so difficult that we shouldn't put the label. I agree that it's important that things can be measured, but not everything is measurable. Other parts of this is important. Let me say that there are examples that pioneering work can be a result of a country in crisis, a country in war. In Norway, there's a book which we could celebrate 70 years anniversary for, and that was written in disguise during our Second World War by two Norwegian authors, two pioneers in statistics and national account. That was Petter Jakob Bjerve and Odd Aukrust, who later became the important team in the leadership of Statistics Norway. But during the Second World War, they wrote this book. It was published just after the peace. What was the cost of the Second World War for Norway? This was a book that also introduced and used the national account. The book was published before national account was a tradition in Statistics Norway. The ideas came before the Second World by Keynes and others. So this book uses the national account technique, not only to see the direct cost of a war, but also the secondary cost, and also pointed out by using national account technique and perspective how to retain the economic prosperity, to come into economic growth. So this book is also full of advice to how to solve. So this tradition, of course, can also be an example for others to see that we can use advanced techniques to understand better not only the direct cost but also the indirect cost for a society of a war, and also to give advice from statistics and systematic thinking how to retain economic prosperity. There are, of course, also important statistics area which are, I guess, Prio and others are in. That is to use foreign trade statistics to see how weapons are traded. So, and we see the problems, and also the sensitivity. But some of these weapons for Norway, the whole period after Second World War, the weapons, the cost programs have been so extremely high compared to economy. So we have to include it, but that is sensitive data. I think when it comes to governance, etc., I think it's the survey we got from Tunisia is interesting. But we have in Norway had a work share between our institute and others, is that our task is mainly to try to describe the cost and the results of government activities. That is to measure the resources spent in health, education, childcare, etc., and to describe the results, to try to measure, let's say, efficiency or productivity. Others, I think it's even published today, are interview public opinion polls. Do they have confidence? Are they happy with the service? Are they happy with the police, etc.? That's our task. So our main task is to try to describe, so that even can be improved description of this public sector international account. Because it's a problem that we don't have the right technique at the present to measure the results. We can measure sometimes in individual data for schooling, etc., but a lot of important government sector which gives this confidence and democracy, it's extremely difficult to measure the, let's say, the economic output of activities. So that is our approach, and we will still continue to give priority, and to some extent that also is a part of the total picture. Time is running out.
If you could finish in a minute.
I think some of the topics is extremely important to describe this. Our contribution parallel to this new city group, the prior group, was that we, Statistics Norway, took an initiative together with the High Commissioner for Refugees to improve official statistics worldwide at the global level on refugees. A lot of there are statistics, but not consistent, and we think there's a need. So our initiative will be followed up this autumn by an international conference on how to build an international project that can improve statistics on refugees, including internally displaced persons, which will be one element of, let's say, lack of peace, lack of harmony in world. And I think Jan Egeland very well, I listened to him last year, a lot of things have been improved, but war, crisis, with a result that never have it, after the Second World War, the number of refugees is at the extreme high, 55 million or something like that. That's one of our contributions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. First, let me start by thanking UNDP for hosting us and for inviting me here today. Then I would just like to start by saying that I'm extremely excited to be here. So I've been working on the quantitative or statistical study of peace and conflict for quite some time, and my nightmares are haunted by all the people I've met in various also UN settings, I have to admit, who have said basically flat out that you can't measure anything interesting that has to do with peace and conflict. The very fact that here we have a room full of important people who take as given that we can measure this is extremely encouraging, and I think is something that's a development that shouldn't be neglected. Okay, I'm gonna focus on some of the same things as Olav actually, but from a slightly different perspective. So. I think a key goal for the UN and for the UNDP going forward with discussing and actually carrying out their work of how to measure SDG 16 is the simple fact of not letting the perfect be the enemy of the good. Now there's a lot of things we can measure, but there's a lot of things that reasonable people are going to disagree about how best to measure, and there's also going to be a lot of issues that we simply, as Olav alluded to, simply can't measure. What I think though is pretty obvious is if we try to put together a measurement exercise that is designed to please everybody, then we are going to come up with a measurement scheme for peacefulness that ends up being not very useful for both policy and for research, but most importantly, of course, for policy. So I think a central issue here, right, is that the SDG 16, which we should have had up on the screen, is measured positively, or is defined positively, right? So it deals with how to achieve peacefulness. Now, the problem, obviously, is that the obvious is much easier to define, quantify, and measure. Conflict is much easier to define, quantify, and measure than peacefulness. I think this is especially clear when you look at transitional societies or post-conflict societies, right? So these are conflicts that hover or fluctuate in between peace and conflict, however defined. So for example, when we define or when we measure and track the incidence of civil armed conflict around the world, one of the simple indicators we use is a cutoff for the number of battle deaths. Right, so we say that you have an armed conflict if you have more than 25 battle-related deaths a year, plus a set of other indicators, but let's just bracket that for now. And then, of course, what you'll have is you'll have some countries that are just below the 25 threshold, right? So you have 15, 20 killed a year, and they don't meet the definition for armed conflict. So we say that by definition they are not conflict. That doesn't, though, of course, necessarily mean that they are in peace. I think the question here is not that much a question of measuring. It's more a question of getting clear-cut definitions, right? So I think the starting point for any measuring exercises, the one that the UN is going to undertake here, is to have clear-cut definitions of what we're actually trying to measure. And I think the key point here is to not mistake the risk of conflict for the not mistake the risk of conflict for either the absence of full peacefulness or the presence of conflict, right? So the analogy to medicine here is interesting and obvious. So medicine in general spends very little time and resources, in contrast to what you'd think from reading the media reports on medical research. They spend very little time and resources trying to measure and define healthy. They measure the anomalies and they measure the pathologies. Now, I'm not going to take us down the conflict is disease path very far, because that pretty quickly becomes uninteresting and leads us to a too mechanistic world. But I think it's important to note that medicine that do understand the causal processes at work much better than we as conflict researchers understand the causal processes that lead to conflict. Even in that discipline, they have opted to focus on the pathologies and the anomalies instead of trying to come up with a definition and a measure of healthy, or in our case, peacefulness. Now, that doesn't mean at all that we shouldn't try to measure peacefulness. I just think it means that in given circumstances, we'll have to be happy with only being able to track conflict, and then we're going to be, and then we should be extremely happy if we try to, based on that, ameliorate conflict and see less conflict in the world. Now, a key point associated to that is, as Daniel touched on earlier, is obviously peace is a multidimensional concept. It's a complex concept. So how you measure it is difficult. Now you can go the global peace index way and do a big compound index, which has a lot of strengths, especially the strength that it's capturing much more of what most people would agree on is peace. The one problem, though, that definitely shouldn't be overlooked, especially in this setting, is that from a policy perspective, it's much harder to design and implement clear policy instruments or policy measures based on the finding of complex indicators. For the simple fact that it's hard when you have a multidimensional indicator to say something about exactly what is getting worse and what is getting better. So I think that means that there's going to be times when you want a big compound indicator like the Global Peace Index, and there's going to be times when you need a more fine-grained, targeted measure that speaks more directly to a specific question at hand at a given point in time. And I think this again is one of these places where I really hope that the UN, when they in the end get down to defining the indicators, don't end up in a situation where they try to make every policymaker, every stakeholder, every NGO, every researcher happy, because then they are definitely going to end up throwing the baby out with the bathwater. A central concern here, of course, is the institutional capacity of the countries that are going to carry out the measurement, which in many cases are going to be the very same countries which we are most interested in tracking the peacefulness of. Now, there's some obvious targets that are alluded to in some of the sub-indicators, at least the sub-indicators listed in this proposed list of indicators, that eventually are going to have to be measured and collected by the statistic bureaus of the different countries. But I don't think all the indicators have to be on that level. I think there's many extremely high value targets or high-value pieces of data that can probably better be measured centrally at the global level, like Daniel and his outfit are doing with the Global Peace Index, or like we at PRIO with UCDP are doing with our monitoring of battle deaths and armed conflict, or the recent initiative at PRIO to try to measure and evaluate the level and incidence of sexualized violence and armed conflict in the world. So I think here it's important that I think it's useful that we build up a framework where we are able to draw both on the strength of the different national bureaus, but also continue to improve the strength of the agencies that already exist and that already collect a lot of these data. And I think here is probably one of the areas where the UN can play a particular role, because it is a fact that a crucial problem for many of the statistics agencies in especially the African countries and in other less developed regions of the world, that you have non-independent statistic bureaus that have very uncertain long-term financing, and you have situations where there's incentives to produce inaccurate data, because there's incentives not to be the bearer of bad news. In addition, in many of these settings, you have limited access to outside groups to the data. Now that's a problem in the developing world, but that's also a problem in the developed world. There's a lot of statistic bureaus in even OECD countries that limit access to data or charge exorbitant fees for the use of their data, and that is going to severely limit the ability of civil society, of NGOs, of academia, of think tanks to make use of this data. And I think this is one area where the UNDP really can play a role, is simply to put pressure on these agencies and say, you are producing these data using either UN or government funds. Data then should be made available to anybody who wants to use them. So I think I'll just end with my overall plea here, and that is simply that the UN and the UNDP is prepared to let a lot of actors down in this process to make sure that we achieve our overall goal, and that is to get indicators and data and measurements that are useful and that are not, you know, the joke of what's a horse made by committee? It's a camel, right? What we don't want here is a camel. We want useful data and we want useful measurements. Thank you.
Thank you very much to both our discussants, who I thought did an excellent job of sort of bringing the discussion from the morning, which was very specific, up to the level of, well, what does this mean for measurement of SDG 16? What are some of the issues that we're dealing with? What have we learned from expert assessment? What have we learned from country-based experiences? And what do we want to come out of the SDG 16 process? We've got a little less than half an hour for questions, for a plenary discussion. The room isn't really set up for a plenary discussion. I'm sorry about that. Please wave high and long at me if you want to, particularly in that corner, because I only see a projector. So June will help point people out. First round of questions, I'm going to call on Knut and the lady there, and anybody else want to add to it? And the gentleman at the back.
Thank you very much. I'm Knut Aspi. I'm the UN Resident Coordinator and UNDP representative in East Timor. I thought we had an extremely good discussion since this morning, and I want to thank everybody for organizing this, including the Oslo Governance Center and the Norwegian support to that. I wanted to try to add one particular dimension, which I think was briefly covered, but it's not, I think it can be covered more, which is ownership of this question. Ownership in the countries that actually own these issues. In Timor-Leste, there has been a strong support for including this SDG 16 among the SDGs. They have been one of the spokes nations for doing that. And there is an interesting and linked development also originating in Timor-Leste, which is the G7+, the small G7+, which is an association of fragile states, or self-declared fragile states. So there is now 20 of them, and the membership has grown tremendously. One of the things they do that go directly to the question of measurements of the SDG 16 is the fragility assessments. These countries are doing self-assessments on their level of fragility. This is obviously something extremely sensitive. One other example of what Timor-Leste is doing, very recently they have launched into an MOU with the civil society to do social audits on service delivery. A little less directly relevant, but also demonstrating a willingness to lean forward and be a bit brave around sensitive issues. And I wanted to say something about why the G7 Plus makes this happen, because it is extremely easy for countries that are well developed with hundreds of years of statistical experience, hundreds of years of various academic developments to come and lecture. And some of these countries have become quite sensitive to this. They've started to say, and this is the part of the New Deal, why can we not do this ourselves? The whole spirit is that we are supposed to do this ourselves, and we're supposed to be supported from the outside. So let's have less lecturing and more doing it ourselves. One development that they're trying to push is what they call fragile to fragile cooperation, which is a spin on the South-South cooperation. And I think it's an extremely good idea. This organization G7 Plus does not have a big capacity. They do not have a lot of operations, but they're doing something, and I think the idea is so good that it needs support from development actors to a larger extent. UNDP is supporting the G7 Plus in general to the Secretariat, and also with some technical assistance. And there also has been some other development partners who supported them. They are fiercely protective of their leadership, that they will be in charge of this assistance, and it's not to be led by a manager coming from the outside. And I think we need to respect that. There is, let me end with one particular dilemma. I think it's very important for us to support initiatives like this, and the G7 Plus is a brave new initiative. It's one of the new things that have happened recently. But we have the dilemma of capacity versus ownership. They do not have a big capacity. They have very limited capacity. But I think this is where we have to step back a little bit and say, if they can develop this capacity under their own leadership and ownership, it will be a better capacity. It's a question of when you trying to drive something yourself, you will be more honest and you will learn more, rather than when you receive a very intelligent lecture, however intelligent this lecture may be. So I think the question for us that we need to respond to not only once, but continue to responding to all the time, is how can we support an initiative like this? Thank you.
Thank you. The lady in the middle.
Thank you. Sorry for taking the floor again. I'm Borghild Tønnesen Krokan from Forum for Environment and Development, and also I'm at the Global Control Arms Coalition. I'm glad to hear the word transparency from you as well, Olav, because I think this is one of the key issues here, because there's a problem of too much data, too little data, but also the secrecy of data. And if you look at, for instance, the target 16.4 about reducing illicit financial flows and arms flows, this is very much the problem, because obviously it's illicit, so we don't have that good data. But what we do know is that illicit financial flows is about 10 times as much as countries get in ODA. So this is a massive problem that is also widely recognized by governments around the world, including Norway, that is fighting for this. And we also know that a very efficient tool is country-by-country reporting, because today many countries or companies only require companies to report on an aggregated level and not the revenues and the taxes in each country. The problem with many countries is that even if they have country-by-country reporting, they don't include tax havens in this, which is the whole point, because you want to see what goes through the tax haven in order to disclose the secrecy. There's a debate about this in the parliament now. Anyway, it's the question of lack of transparency, and that also goes for the other part of 16.4, which is illicit arms flows due to national secrecy and national security, etc. Now, there's also an emerging, not consensus, but understanding at least, for the need to disclose data on arms flows. For instance, in the new arms trade treaty that entered into force on Christmas Eve, there's a requirement by states to report on arms transfers. But there's a bit of a pushback on that. So my question is, have you as researchers and statisticians experienced that there's been a recent willingness by states to release data on financial flows and arms flow, given the emerging, not consensus, but change on this specific area? Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't make quite clear. I think what we'll do is have a round of questions, and then I will come back to the discussants for just a few minutes at the end if they wish to comment to specific questions or specific things that are brought up. The gentleman at the back.
Thank you very much. I'm Nick Marsh, working at PRIO and also for the UN Office on Drugs and Crime. I think I'll just reiterate some of the points that have been made. I've recently been working on two sort of global monitoring projects on homicide and on illicit firearms trafficking. In both, it's very apparent that there are severe problems with capacity to collect data and to report it. But going beyond that, even when you do have data from some official sources, frankly, it just isn't credible. So I think a key part of the process has to be of post-publication review, that when a government produces statistics, they need to be discussed, they need to be reviewed. In some cases, they need to be challenged. I just got back from the International Center in Vienna yesterday, and we were sitting comparing statistical horror stories of cases where the statistics had been manipulated. So we need to build capacity, but there needs to be an element of constructive engagement and criticism. And second, even when we don't have statistics, when we don't have the gold standards that were mentioned in the first presentation, we can get some idea. As Håvard said, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Even with a very murky subject like illicit arms flows, you can develop indicators. For example, I'm busy at the moment constructing a data set on price information. So even if you don't know the flow, you look at how the prices are moving up and down, you get an idea of what's happening. So, as I say, we look for indicators. We do the best we can, even if we can't get hard data.
Thank you. Geboitsi would like to come in. Is there anybody else from the floor who would like to come in? Okay, thanks.
Hello, my name is Kibuitsi Machangana from International IDEA. Mine is a very short one on political will, because a lot of speakers have been talking about capacity, to build capacity, which I agree with. But at the end of the day, how the statistics is produced and whether it is shared and whether at the end of the day it will be used even by policymakers goes down to political will to actually, do that. So how do we ensure that there is actually political will to produce good data? Because you can build capacity, but that capacity can still be used for the wrong reasons. Yeah.
Does anybody want to come in on that issue or others? Okay, I'll turn for comment then to you two, if you would like to comment on specific questions or any of the other issues that's been raised.
Let me say that I didn't comment on the list of targets for Goal 16, but to me it is clear that some of the targets are, and if the targets should be described or approached by statistics, we are some will be outside statistics, and it's clearly need for, let's say, new and better cooperation between statistics and, let's say, other ways of doing examination. Let me say that legal examination, we can describe how many people who vote, but others will have to do examinations like they do in a lot of countries if the elections, voting procedures are without pressure and political. So we can measure how many voted and results. We can measure how many people have been sentenced, and of course, if there are race differences and sex differences, that seems to be an indicator that something is wrong with the court system. But also our statistics, simple statistics, has to be followed up, let's say, by legal examinations of if laws are sexist or racist or components that are discriminating. And so also for political life, I think it's a combination. And that is extremely important, that we are open about what we can contribute as statisticians, but we will try to work hand in hand. When it comes to the question on financial flows and others, I think it's extremely interesting questions. We have big problems in official statistics at the present with how to catch up with the very rapid increase and changes in global economy. And of course, also in national economy, you also have the same problem, that some part will be black economy, and there's a big combination of black economy at the national level and also international financial flows. In EU system, we have, it was claimed both to Switzerland and Liechtenstein, which is our close cooperative in the EFTA-EEA trade, to be more transparent, because some of the even EU countries are still lagging behind when it comes to transparency on financial instruments and finance. And it was, for statistics, negative trend that it was deregulation in international financial markets. Then after, let's say, September 11th, it was a little more concern in government to monitor international capital flows, because they could be used to finance, let's say, nasty things. So these trends, but still the main conclusion is that we have more and more problems with balancing and making consistent national accounts caused by these strange and financial flows, manipulating of internal prices. We see in Norway sometimes big court cases about manipulating international flows. So this is a challenge. Yeah, I think that's sufficient.
Yep. Did you want to come in on any of the comments that were made?
Absolutely. So I agree with all of the comments made, and I also agree with the concerns raised by Olav. I think I'll actually, if that's okay, I'll spend just 1 minute raising another concern.
Sure. Yeah, please.
So in his earlier today, the director talked about the issue of disaggregation, and that's something we haven't talked that much about yet. in general, I have to say that I'm extremely pleased with the proposed list of indicators that I've seen circulated, with one exception, and that is none of them, especially at least not the ones that pertain to peace and conflict more specifically, are disaggregated. They are all at the national level, and I think, especially when we look at lower levels of conflict, and also when we look at more localized form of internal armed conflict. So India has an armed conflict, an internal armed conflict. It's had an internal armed conflict since the end of the Second World War. If you go on vacation to Bombay, you won't see or feel any aspect of that armed conflict. But if you go to the northeastern region, then you'll definitely see and feel the impact of the conflict. So I think it's important, and I hope that some of these, I hope in the final list of indicators that this importance of disaggregation, and again I'll just shamelessly plug the PRIO UCDP geo-referenced conflict data as a potential indicator, but I hope something like that is also included in the final list of indicators.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to come in at this point, or I will use the privilege of a chair to make a few remarks, if I may, before we hand over for the formal closing remarks. I've been very struck by the wide range of issues that we've talked about today, but how they all link together, and they seem to coalesce around a few common dilemmas and common themes. And we're obviously not going to answer them today, but I hope that we've gone some way to identifying those and to looking at them in specific contexts. We've talked quite a lot about the relationship between policymakers and politicians and data, and how that can be problematic, how it can be positive. I didn't have a chance in Daniel's presentation. I'll ask him afterwards to see if there were times when the Global Peace Index has actually really affected policy led by national politicians or national policymakers. I'd be interested to hear about that. So that's one of the sort of issues that's floating around. And related to that, I think the other issue that's been floating around has been the ownership of data. Who's doing it, and therefore what legitimacy it has. Does it sit within a National Statistical Office in a G7 plus country or elsewhere? Or does it sit in expert international heads somewhere? And how do we bring those together? I think what we've also heard is that there is a place for both. They're not mutually exclusive, but in the SDG process going forward, we have to work out a way that those come together. We've also heard a little bit, and only scratched the surface, around transitions and measurement in transition, and the role of measurement in transitions, both how measurement of governance can be part of the process of transition and support that process of transition, but it can also those of us who are measurement practitioners or experts should also perhaps in transitional contexts be looking for where there are opportunities to be doing things around measurement that are not possible. And I think it was Daniel, I think, who made the point about the domestic violence and DHS data that is now available. It wasn't specifically related to transitions, but sometimes there are opportunities to collect data around things that don't have to become enormously sensitive. We just collect the data. And then obviously the other issue we've been talking about this morning is the SDGs and SDG 16 and what that looks like, and how can we bring all the learning together to ensure that SDG 16 is measured in a way that really supports the development outcomes that we're hoping to see. There was quite a lot in the formal speeches this morning about what the processes are around that and how different actors are coming together to do that. So I won't repeat any more of that, but I thought the reflections this afternoon on that were useful. So at this point I will hand over to Tori Hoven, moment for our closing remarks. Oh, yeah, certainly.
I perhaps would like to respond also to one question, if we will produce data. I think it is perhaps there should be one goal or one indicator showing respect to I think that everyone in the world should have a right to have their life situation described by high quality official statistics.
That would be excellent.
Yeah, and that statistics should be produced not by the World Bank or other international smart agency with their big computers, but that it should be a national responsibility to produce. And that has been one of the discussions in both the Human Development Index, but also NDGs, that to some extent there are imputations from others. And this is not only asking for more resources to my own business, but I think basically it is. I was in touch with this problem, and I was a member of a group, OECD, to examine when Israel entered OECD. It was a detailed examination of the Israel statistical system, and then it was a sensitive political discussion about they had included let's say, people activities in what I will now call the occupied land, but that is even a sensitive concept. And as a result of that experience, I think I saw that to have as a fundamental principle that people should have life quality, environment, etc., all these variables should be described, and that is close to a human right. And I think that, but my priority is sometimes that we have to take step by step. It's important that we can give public at the national level, international comparisons, good examples, and surveys like the Tunisian is of course very good, but also I see how difficult it is to build a worldwide system of comparable statistics. Foreign Minister in Norway and Statistics Norway was rather active in the so-called ICP, which is a big worldwide project to make comparisons of national account and price levels. And so step by step we have to move, and sometimes we should not run after all rabbits, because then we may forget that we have some difficulties in, let's say, a little more boring but fundamental statistics.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Tori.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you for the invitation to attend and address this first Oslo Governance and Peacebuilding Dialogue. NORAD is pleased to see the revival of the Oslo Governance Centre. We appreciate our partnership, and I hope we can continue to share knowledge and experiences in order to improve development policies and achieve results in the field of democratic governance. Thank you so much also to the presenters, the discussants, and participants for your very relevant and interesting contributions today. After the discussion we have had today, I think we can agree that we are moving ahead. We can measure, but that there is still work to be done. And there is certainly a place for the Oslo Governance Centre and UNDP to continue to play such a constructive role. We have heard that the empowerment and inclusion of all groups in a society is key to human development, security, and economic growth for any country. This is the reason why Norway, along with other countries and stakeholders, pushed the issue of governance and human rights in the post-2015 agenda from the beginning, as our State Secretary Hans Bratskar confirmed in his remarks this morning. But more importantly, such an approach seems to reflect the global public opinion. The contributions from the global conversations that UNDP facilitated, like the World That We Want and My World Survey, are testimonies of this. It does make an impression when, according to UNDP, more than 7 million people through My World Survey call for the opportunity to hold their governments and businesses accountable for their obligations and commitments. The Sustainable Development Goals reflect a more comprehensive and ambitious development agenda than what we have seen before. Even though democratic governance is not specifically mentioned in Goal 16, it is closely linked to accountable institutions and rule of law. It is an achievement in itself that the principle of leaving nobody behind cuts across the agenda, meaning that fundamental rights should be enjoyed by all without discrimination on any ground. The Sustainable Development Goals urge us to think beyond aid and the need to find multiple ways of financing development. Official development assistance, ODA, should, of course, be spent as effectively and efficiently as possible, and its importance should not be underestimated. However, while ODA is about $135 billion per year, as we've heard, other global capital flows are much larger, such as foreign direct investments in developing countries, remittances to developing countries, and illicit financial flows out of developing countries. Hence, the development potential through enabling environment for the private sector, improving tax systems, and combating corruption is huge. In order to achieve this, governance is key. Improved governance will reduce the risk which the private sector faces and increase its willingness to invest. Tax reforms may ensure that developing countries' resource rent can be collected and spent for development purposes. In addition, the elimination of fossil fuel subsidies, estimated at about between 500 and 600 billion US per year, is also a potential source of development financing. Unlocking these potentials cannot be done through international processes alone. It requires action at a national level. As you know, one of NORAD's roles is to provide technical advice to our Ministry of Foreign Affairs and as well as to Norwegian embassies on how to support development and poverty reduction, both bilaterally and through multilateral institutions. One of our tasks is exactly to make that link between internationally agreed goals and national development plans and follow-up, and especially to help find the best role we as a donor can play. Every year, NORAD publishes a results report on a different thematic topic. The 2014 report presented examples and lessons learned from the area of democracy and human rights. One of the report's main messages is very much in line with the reasoning behind Goal 16, that poverty is more than just a lack of material welfare, that the absence of democracy and human rights limits the possibility for people to influence and improve their own lives. Strengthening human rights and democracy can therefore reduce poverty in addition to being an objective in itself. Another important message is that if aid for democracy and human rights is to yield results, it must draw on forces from within. The discussion today has proved that it will be demanding to implement, measure and monitor Goal 16. We need legitimate indicators in order to measure progress for the SDGs. High quality, nationally produced governance data is an essential part of this. So once again, I would like to thank the Oslo Governance Center for organizing today's seminar. We do look forward to continuing both the informal contact with you and to the future Oslo governance and peace-building dialogues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The dialogue is formally closed. Please don't go very far away, because the formal opening of the centre will be at 1:30, when the Foreign Minister of Norway and Helen Clark will join us for half an hour or so of formal speeches. So I'm sure there's more coffee outside. Asim is reminding me, I think, that he wants you to fill in the questionnaires that are on your desk and to leave them at the back. And we will see you in here just before 1:30. Thank you very much.
ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to welcome the participants, this time to the official opening ceremony of the Oslo Governance Center in this bright and crisp summer afternoon in Oslo. I would like to first thank the Government of Norway, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, for the continued support to UNDP and the project of this renewed Oslo Governance Center in particular. Mr. Minister, your support, your personal engagement has been absolutely key and has allowed all of us to revive the center. Now, I am extremely proud to be able to say that we are ready to deliver and to make good on our promises to have a new center with an objective to build a think tank that becomes a platform of excellence for action in the field, part of UNDP's network of 6 global policy centers with other connecting dots in Kenya, in Singapore, in Brazil, in Korea, and in Turkey, a source of thought leadership and practical knowledge, and an evidence-based and pragmatic public policy facility for development. We hope that Oslo will be even more a reference for peace, for freedom, for democratic values, for how to build a social contract that offers well-being and promotes human rights for all citizens. Let me, with these brief words, open the floor to our first keynote speaker, Mr. Børje Brende, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Norway. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Let's congratulate each other with such a great day and an important day. It's also great to have Helen Clark here again in Oslo. We really appreciate that. We appreciate our collaboration with the UNDP. And I'm really pleased to be here, even I have to apologize for being 10 minutes late, but we started in the Parliament at 9 o'clock this morning, and I had debate after debate. So at one point I was concerned that I was going to have to stay there until 9 o'clock this night. But in a very nice way we managed to then at least not use more than 4.5 hours. One has to be careful and with comments on that kind of topic. Helen knows after 10 years as Prime Minister. So, especially when people are tweeting. It was a very good debate in the Parliament. Very constructive and productive. 15 years ago, 65 countries were classified as low income. 65. Last year, this number had fallen to 34. From 65, 15 years ago, to 34 last year. What happened? The growth in about half the countries was primarily related to natural resources, oil and gas. But the other half either recovered from economic blows or climbed their way out of poverty step by step, institution by institution. In short, they developed, if not exactly good governance, then at least better governance. Winston Churchill once said that the farther backward you can look, the farther forward you're likely to see. And looking at history, we see that good governance has been a key enabler for peace, sustainable development, and inclusive growth. But we also know the opposite is true. Bad and poor governance is costly and can be detrimental to growth. $1 trillion is lost from developing countries through a web of corrupt activity every year. $1 trillion. Tens of billions are stolen from public budgets every year. Africa alone has lost an estimated $1 trillion in illicit financial flows in the last 50 years, about the same amount it has received in aid. This is why Oslo Governance Center's new mandate is so timely. We need more knowledge about good governance, especially how countries can gradually achieve better governance. Building on UNDP's expertise in human development and democratic governance, the Oslo Governance Center should become a global resource for practitioners on democratic governance and peace building in crisis, conflict, and transitional contexts. Good governance has a long list of ingredients, such as rule of law, respect for human rights, democratic participation, opportunities for private investments, and a public administration with integrity and commitment to fight corruption. But it's nevertheless important to remember that when it comes to governance, one size does not fit all. We therefore need to approach governance challenges with particular context in mind. What works in one country might not work in another country. So we need country-specific knowledge and improved understanding of the relevance and effectiveness of available tools. In some cases, poor governance is due to lack of capacity and resources. Norway therefore offers governance-related development assistance in areas such as fisheries, energy, tax collection, and statistics, and by improving the skills of judges and auditor general offices. When it comes to taxes, this will also be an important part of national resource mobilization discussion in Addis. And if we get an agreement on this, we just have to make sure that there is also available funding to build the institutions that are necessary to make sure that taxes are collected in a fair and transparent manner, as one illustration. And this is also capacity when it comes to do something with illicit financial flows. That also will be an important part of the Addis meeting, I hope. However, the results may be undermined by numerous factors, including political will and the mindsets of the ruling elites in the partner countries. But bad or poor governance is not sustainable. Leaders that fail to promote good governance may secure their own power in the short run, but they often also sow the seeds of conflict and harvest their own end of their government. People living in conflict-affected countries often face the greatest development challenges. That is why among the 12 focus countries for Norwegian development assistance, 6 are fragile states. Fragile and conflict-affected states have specific governance challenges that require particular focus. We see this clearly in countries like South Sudan, Somalia, and Afghanistan, the 3 of them being countries that are part of the Norwegian portfolio of focus countries that we do focus on. But the challenges are complex and include flawed or non-existing democratic processes, limited political space, weak institutions, widespread corruption, laws that either do not exist or are not implemented, impunity, security situations that hinders access and mobility, discrimination of women, difficult working environments for media, human rights defenders, and other parts of civil society. The result is that conflict-afflicted countries lag far behind in achievement of the MDGs. Hardly any of them have met the MDGs when you look at fragile states. So if we are serious about leaving nobody behind, we must improve and intensify our support to countries in conflict. We must also intensify our efforts of stopping and de-escalating conflicts before they erupt into large-scale conflicts. Just remember, Syria was a middle-income country 4 years ago. Today, a humanitarian catastrophe and has led to the worst refugee crisis since the Second World War. Several decades ago, miners used to carry a canary with them down to the mine. If the bird passed out, they knew danger was looming. It was time to get out. Just like the canary passing out, a worsening human rights situation is often a telling sign of an impending crisis. But unlike the miners, we should not head for the exit when faced with danger. We should do the opposite. The UN Secretary General's Human Rights Upfront Action Plan is an excellent approach to mobilize support and to place human rights at the center of the UN agenda. This was also the topic of the Trygve Lie Symposium at UNGA last year, and personally I think the Rights Upfront initiative is a good illustration on how conscious we have to be about these kind of signs in countries that we do collaborate with. It will serve to improve the ability of the UN to prevent conflict and more efficiently address the challenges that arise. So, ladies and gentlemen, friends of UNDP and the Governance Center, in preparing for the post-2015 agenda, the UN asked 1 million people from more than 190 countries what kind of world they want. The answers were clear. People want good education, better healthcare, and an honest and responsive government. The message is strong. Development on the one hand, and human rights, democracy, and good governance on the other. The Oslo Governance Center will help us achieving these aspirations of the global population. Thank you.
May I ask Madam Clark, UNDP Administrator, to take the floor? Thank you.
Foreign Minister of Norway and all gathered for this official event to relaunch the Oslo Governance Centre of UNDP. The event and the very existence of the centre here in Oslo testament to the Government of Norway's very strong support for having the centre here, and of course for the long time support which Norway has given to UNDP. To this day, Norway is UNDP's largest core funder. It is a very active member of our executive board, and it is an advocate of our work around the world. For all this, Foreign Minister, we thank you and the Government of Norway and the people of Norway for the support. Well, it was back in 2002 that the Oslo Governance Centre was first established. And I understand if we look at the history of it, it goes back to when Mark Malloch Brown determined that democratic governance should be a key pillar of UNDP's work, and Norway came to the party, as it were, supporting this and the establishment of the centre. And its role has been to support the development of more inclusive and effective forms of governance in countries in which UNDP works. This is to this day a key area of UNDP's mandate given to it by its executive board, and as the Minister has strongly emphasised, the work on inclusive and effective and democratic governance underpins work to support sustainable and sustained development. Now, UNDP has been undergoing some considerable reorganisation. It has a new strategic plan, it's revised its organisation in many respects, and one of those respects was to review how the Oslo Governance Centre was serving us as we seek to have evidence-informed programming and make an impact. And out of the review of the centre, the following priorities were established for its work going forward. The governance challenges faced by countries endeavouring to make a transition out of crisis, the governance of extractive industries in post-crisis and post-conflict settings, supporting inclusive governance with particular reference to how societies evolving out of conflict and crisis address the political and economic empowerment of women. And then as well, the Centre will continue to build on the global reputation it's had in the field of governance indicators and their measurement. And I think this expertise is highly relevant right now, given the very likely inclusion of a governance goal in the post-2015 development agenda, which will have targets and indicators, and they have to be measured, so the expertise to do that is going to be in high demand. And indeed, that very subject was the theme of the dialogue that began this morning here at the Centre, the importance of being able to measure progress on proposed Goal 16, and the dialogue's been reviewing experience in doing that and how to move forward on it. And I repeat again that the dialogue is the first in a series of what will be a flagship initiative of the Oslo Governance Centre. I think Oslo is a highly appropriate location in which to be discussing governance and peace building in countries in transition, as this city is host to renowned research institutes, think tanks and civil society organisations which have so much knowledge and expertise in this area. Norway as a country has a well-deserved global reputation for its work to mediate peace settlements and build peaceful societies. So the new Oslo Governance Centre very much desires to have very close partnerships with all the Norwegian expertise across government, academia, think tanks, civil society. And we hope the Oslo Centre will be seen as being a global hub for policy development and applied research around democratic governance and peace building in the context of crisis, conflict and transition. By being a link between the experts and the researchers in Norway and elsewhere with UNDP's global network of development practitioners, we think the Centre can help push forward a shared understanding of the factors which underlie the conflict and violence which so often set back development so badly, and of effective ways of transitioning out of crisis to fairer and better governed societies. Obviously, over a long time, we've seen in our world many people in many countries and many regions take to the streets demanding better governance and fairer societies. Some of these people's movements have led to the downfall of regimes. Invariably, hopes are very high for what may follow, but transitions from conflict to peace or to new political settlements can be exceptionally challenging, as we have witnessed only in recent years and long before. In some countries, the outcomes of upheavals have been captured by elites, in others by violent actors. The former brings only limited reform, the latter brings anarchy and or terror. We see both played out in current times. And people's aspirations for change of a different kind may go completely unrealised. But there are, of course, also more positive experiences, and I understand the Tunisia transition experience has featured in the dialogue today. And I think what is very interesting about that experience was the very deliberate transition process followed of outreach and consultation on what citizens wanted for a new political settlement for their country. The outcome was a new democratic constitutions and elections. The new constitution, I'm very pleased to note, includes specific provisions on the elimination of violence against women, on gender parity in elected bodies, and on the promotion of women in decision-making positions. Of course, the Tunisian transition has not always been easy. It has had its difficulties, but without doubt the outcome to date provides the foundation for building a peaceful and fairer society. Clearly, transitions evolve very, very differently in each country. influenced by the specific political, social, economic and cultural context. But through comparative analysis, we may come to understand rather more about why some transitions progress relatively smoothly, while others stagnate, regress or fail altogether. The Oslo Governance Centre will address knowledge gaps in this area, both through research and through knowledge exchange, which brings experts and practitioners together. And in this way we can work to identify the most effective roles which development actors can play in support of peaceful transitions. We also see a need for deeper analysis of the institutional and broader societal changes which are needed to encourage more tolerance and respect for diversity in communities. And this includes the changes needed for women, for young people and for members of other marginalised groups to be able to participate effectively in all aspects of the life of their societies. The way in which post-crisis and post-conflict societies handle issues of gender equality and women's empowerment matters. Transitions cannot be fully inclusive unless women, as a result, can contribute to society on an equal basis with men. Nor will there be a transition to a peaceful society until violence against women and girls is no longer tolerated and until impunity for crimes against them ends. Overall, changes in a country's political institutions alone are not sufficient in themselves for human development to advance. The development of more inclusive economies and a commitment to shared prosperity are also essential. And in this context, the management of extractive sectors can be both a challenge and an opportunity for countries in transition. In a number of countries, we've seen how the exploitation of natural resources has triggered violent conflict, degraded the environment, worsened gender and other inequalities, displaced communities, and undermined the prospects for democratic governance. But in others, we've also seen how extractive industries can create the wealth required to accelerate development if they're well managed and the proceeds are fairly distributed. Norway's assistance to Timor-Leste for the management of the revenues from its natural resource extraction is a good example of the kind of support which can promote more inclusive development. So, as I close my remarks today on how we hope the Centre can contribute to ensuring effective development programming in the areas in which it will focus its applied research, dialogue and exchanges, I do want to reiterate UNDP's most sincere thanks to the Government of Norway for its support for the relaunch of the Centre. We are determined that the Centre will engage very closely with partners here in Norway and will expand its networks in the global north and the global south. And I think it is now my official duty and my pleasure to declare the renewed Oslo Governance Centre officially open, and thank you for coming. Thank you.
Foreign Minister, Administrator Clark, thank you very much for your words. Thank you very much to all for coming today, and please enjoy the afternoon. Bye-bye.